I was there with some of my colleagues that were 30, 20-something years of age. These were women that are heading organizations in Rwanda. If you go to the Capital Markets Authority in Rwanda, you find a 30-year-old woman heading that organization. If you go to the Rwanda Development Board, you find young and dynamic women and men, because it's not just about women, and men that are very competent and capable of moving the agenda forward. And these are the skills and talents that are harnessed to drive the agenda. Again, coming back home, I've worked at the Ministry of Trade for about 5-6 years before moving to the Ministry of Finance. The Ministry of Finance is a relatively big ministry. It has about 9 directorates, and you only have 1 female director. And that female director is given a division with less than 3 staff. Again, it may be an unconscious bias. However, this is the reality we find in our institutions. When you walk into an office, whether it's the public sector, public office or private sector, private office, you find mostly women as secretaries. We are the typists, we are mostly the cleaners, or even when we are the technical staff, we are not given the voice that is required or being heard to make meaningful change and decisions within the offices. So these are some of the things that needs to change. Again, we are doing a lot of work in terms of having women represented in cabinet, but I want to share a story, and maybe Alpha could also come in at some point, in the sense that when I was at the Ministry of Trade, I would represent the Permanent Secretary in board meetings. So I've attended board meetings at the Gambian Ports Authority, sometimes at GRTS, at the Petroleum Commission, and most of the time I'm either the only woman or the only woman and the youngest woman in the board. So I was part of the team that was working on amending the Public Enterprises Act of 1990, and one of the provisions was to propose the inclusion of women within the governance framework of these public enterprises. So I proposed a section, a provision within the Act that calls for at least 2 women in every board. So during the validation workshop, we invited all the managing directors, the board members, and the finance directors. We had a turnout of 85 participants. Out of that 85, we had less than 6 women in the room. And out of those 6 women, you had 2 technical women, which was Auntie Lucy Fai, who's now the chair of GRA after the event, and you have myself, and the rest were support staff. During the review of this document, we spent more time debating as to whether this section of the Act should be included or not, because most of the men, highly educated and highly exposed, were not in favor of this inclusion. Again, countries that are progressing, they make deliberate decisions and conscious decisions to include it, not just as a policy statement and treaties that are ratified, but translated into actions. And I think it's high time our government takes up these deliberate actions to make sure that it is not just a policy statement, but it is translated into laws and policy and also.
Thank you. I really believe in what you say. I think at the government level, these very positive actions have to be taken, proactive actions, to change the status quo. But Sidmati, you discussed the changing of power structures, and but do you think that this is actually rooted in the cultural mindset that we have, the cultures that we practice? And because of that, it also impacts on the way we think about our sisters as men, our brothers, and also the fact that the Honorable Minister has mentioned this, that there are certain roles that are designated for girls and those that are designated for boys. What I'm actually asking is, do you think that as early as when they were boys and girls is when the efforts should be made to change the mindsets? Because this really, I think, unfortunately, we grow up with that, and it affects us later in life. We have heard very often even a woman who's performing a very important role, sometimes someone will say, after all, Gambian regular. You know, so this I think is something that has to change. That has to change. But what are your views with respect to these power structures that we discussed?
Yeah, thank you very much for that question. And for me, I have a background in history, and I like to study about institutions and to study structures and to see how they function. And if I am to compare what happened historically based on our own tradition as Gambians or as Africans, I mean, I'm talking about the raw African that we know about the Ghana Empire, the Yoruba Empire, or even the Java Empire, you know, but even that very recently, we saw that women in particular were the kingmakers at that period. But this also has changed because there were a lot of interventions that happened. Either we can talk about the Arabs, we can also talk about the Europeans and how they came in and, you know, expanded or even changed that power structure. You know, the issues that we are talking about for me is all based on the economy, who controls the money, who controls the resources, and these are the issues. This is the power dynamic that needs to be changed. I am so happy that the woman voices here also Anthony is talking about these issues. Because if we continue to say, for instance, migration, it is the responsibility of the man to bring money into the household, then of course we're creating and reinforcing the same power structures. And I'm saying this because historically we know that the food that we eat at the homes were basically produced by the women, and then they control that element of that power structure when it comes to the household. But the minute that agriculture or cash crop were introduced, the colonialists, they preferred the men to sell these products, and at that point this created money for the men, and that's what has been used to reinforce these power structures. And even today, as we're talking about 51% of our population being women. And they are mostly engaged in the informal sectors. We know that in the formal sector, it is seen as a man's world. You just give an example where even words like inclusion, things that needs to be there to create an environment for everybody to prosper. These things are denied the other citizens. For me, I see it more as denying citizens there, right, rather than looking at a woman or a man, because these things needs to be handled in that way. Of course, we continue to reproduce these power structures, economically, politically, even though now we say that women should not lead. Or religious say that women should not lead, because woman cannot be an imam, so woman cannot be a president, for instance. So we have in all this culture, but this will also are influenced by that. So we need to go back to our culture, understand what has been the role of a woman within the African setting, and then try to introduce that within the current context so that we can move beyond this tokenism discussion that we continue to say. For me, I believe that there is no need to preach any halate. We need to just go and see things as they are so that we can change the dynamics that continue to exist.
Thank you, sir. That's actually the stereotyping that we were discussing. It's really the stereotyping that really women have their place and men have their place. And as we know, this affects our development, our progress. And you discussed it at length, and you've given several examples that we hear every day. That, I mean, so much so that people take it as normal. If you say, for example, giving regular, or if you see a woman and think that she naturally has to be the tea maker or the, so I'm sure you've also been thinking about this. You know, what further thoughts do you think we should put into this, and efforts we should put into this to change the status quo, to change not only just the narrative, but the way we act?
I think, I talked about being intentional. And I think what really needs to happen is education, and educating them should not only be one way. What we're looking for, as you mentioned, is partnerships. We're looking for equal rights. We're looking for equality at home. So if I cook, you clean. If I clean, you cook, right? That's what we're looking for, and that's what we want.
Thank you. And there are several other people that I can actually cite who are very, very progressive looking, knowing that it is important to have the contribution of women for development for all. I want to thank the panelists very much. I do have time to turn it over to the floor and to also hear your views and your comments or questions that you want to address to the panelists. But please identify yourself. Let us have short questions. We don't want statements, we don't want speeches, so that this can be interactive, and then we can have a last round of the panelists commenting on these things before the session ends. So I think there is a roving mic somewhere, and we can so we can have the
good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Nabifal. I live in Cote d'Ivoire, and I'm engaged in women empowerment. I have one question for the panelists, and something that we have not discussed. We spoke about the place that is given to the women, but even though we give place to the women on board meetings and etc., they don't go for it. So I'm talking about the skills. We have not discussed the skills that need to be instilled into women in order for them to go for the seats that they deserve and that they could get. I'm asking to our American, what are the skills that you are teaching, quote unquote, as the woman boss, in order for women to get the courage and the confidence to go for the seats that they deserve? Thank you.
I will take maybe 3 other questions before I turn it over to you.
My name is Afsa Samba. What I wanted to talk about, 2 things. One is recently we've seen cases of sexual assault in the Gambia. A lot of women coming out and talking about allegations of sexual assault committed on them by very powerful men in our society. So little has been done about it. In some cases, we've seen swift reaction from some institutions investigating the issue. However, after many follow-ups, it seems these institutions are afraid to challenge the powers of this man. And the thing about such men is they're very powerful in our society, they're very influential, they have access and they have loyalty. So the women coming out are getting attacked for speaking up by people who are loyal to them, and the institutions that are supposed to hold them accountable are not doing so because they're afraid of challenging the powers these men have. And I'm just wondering, how do we eliminate these issues, sexual violence in our society, if powerful men can get away with it? And what message are we saying? And what about the trauma that the women are subjected to? These are both short-term and long-term that they live with forever in our society. The other thing that I wanted to bring up is incarcerated women. They don't often get talked about in our conversations. Women in our prisons are very vulnerable. They're working with guards who are often men, and they have power and influence over them. What programs and services in the conversations that we've had, and how do we capture the realities and the needs of these women in our conversations? Thank you.
The programs that we have at the Woman Boss. But before that, I just wanted to answer a question in that sense that she asked about why is it that there are board seats being offered to women and women are not taking it, and what are some of the requirements and qualities that you have to serve on a board. So I will tell you, again, it goes back to intentionality. I had prior CEOs that I worked under. So my prior CEOs made sure they were being intentional, and they were men, but they were intentional about sending me to certain training, personal development, professional development. So it goes back to, again, depending on these guys, if they're CEOs, which majority are in the Gambia, or even if it's women, by sending you guys to professional development classes or personal development to personally develop you. So when you're sitting in board seats, you're ready. Because we can't come in and give it half. We have to work extra as women, extra. We have to know that we are going to be undervalued, and you should be okay with that, in the sense that, okay, what else can I do to prove myself, to come in, and every time I open my mouth, I'm giving it 100%, right? So for us, at the Woman Boss, we do believe that leadership encouragement and training should start early. So we actually have programs in place that start in leadership training from the ages of 8 to 18 and then 18 and above. And so from programs that, from an 8-year-old standpoint, I have a girl, my daughter, I have 2 girls. At the age of 8, she would ask all these questions that, you know, as a parent, as a woman parent, I started a question, well, we keep thinking that these 8-year-olds don't know anything, that they're just kids. But they ask me, Mommy, when you go to board meetings, exactly what do you do? What do you talk about when you go to board meetings? When you're boss, like when you're working with computers, so they just see me in the office, when you work with computers, what exactly do you do? So they know that Mommy goes to work, they know that Mommy goes serves on boards, they know Mommy travels all the time, they know Mommy goes to Congress to work on policy. I've been to the White House where I serve on forums. So they ask these questions, what exactly is Mommy doing there? So I thought starting a program and teaching these young girls, 8-year-olds and above, on what it takes to be a leader will change the system, will change the societal norms. We want to break barriers. We want women in these boardrooms. I want to sit here maybe 10, 20 years from now and see a woman president. Why not?
I just wanted to add a few words as well, just in response to the question, in terms of offering women board seats and them not coming forward. I would basically share an experience that we undertook some time ago, because within the Gambia, there are a lot of women that are highly competent, highly educated, but we don't know where to find them. So what I have done with my team was create a database of women in different fields, not just women that have been offered board positions just to fill in the quota, but actually women within the tech sector, very few, but they do exist. Women in the finance sector, they do exist. We have people like Fatu Jala, who is an expert in private sector development and trade. We have Jenna Banyan, who sits in the GRTS board, also within the media. They are out there. What we have done is create a database, whether they're within the country or outside. You don't have to be in the country 12 months in a year to attend board meetings. You can come 3 times. We can solicit the services of Fatu Bensouda to come twice a year in the Gambia to offer advisory roles within the board. Rwanda is doing that. They have people not only Rwandese, but even from other countries, females or male from other countries that actually offer expert advice. So we don't have to limit ourselves only to Gambians or Senegalese. If we don't have the expertise, we can have ISETA to serve in a board in Gambia. What is wrong with having a woman that is competent, leading an organization and has expertise to serve in a Gambian board? There's nothing wrong with that. So I think we need to think outside of the box. Let's identify not only Gambian women and men, because there are men that also serve in boards that actually have no business sitting in those boards, but let's identify the right people with the right qualifications, both male and female, to serve in these boards that they have expertise to advise to move it forward. I think we need to start focusing on that.
Yes. In fact, there was this question by, I think, Actor Samba about this powerful man and yeah.
I think the whole issue of women serving on boards has to do with leadership. As my fellow panelists have said, it requires a lot of training. Not only going to serve on boards, but you need to be a good leader, you require training. And leadership training is also key. When it comes to women serving on boards, not every woman can serve on a board, because we all agree that some women don't have self-esteem. Some are highly educated, but you don't have self-esteem. But the important thing for you to serve on board or wherever you see yourself is for you to know the stuff. That's important. When you know the stuff, and wherever you are able to explain or express yourself, whoever is on that board or wherever you find yourself, people give you credit and they respect you for that. So let's forget about, for me, the word self-esteem. I think we should do away with that. Low self-esteem, we should do away with that. Let's make sure that women are trained, get a leadership quality, and all the qualities that require them to start up there. And then when they go on the boards, when they're starting on boards, they make sure that they know this stuff. They know what the board, the institution they are serving is all about. So when they meet with other board members, when they speak, they are respected. Because when they speak, they talk sense and people give them respect. I think that way we can also make sure that women get respect, however the numbers are. Even whether it's 1 or 2 persons, women, for example, serving on a particular board, let them be sound so that when they speak, people know they're talking sense and they're giving respect. Because again, it doesn't make sense. Having 50% body was female, and they just go there, sit down and drink tea. I'm sorry I'm saying this. But sometimes you see that as well. So even if you are a single woman on a board, make sure that you know yourself and you're respected. That's very important. That's what I believe. Okay, coming to the question from my sister about the gender-based violence. Yes, quite a number of issues have come out regarding gender-based violence. The perpetrators, I don't think they have gone scot-free. The cases are on. The only thing is that there is a slow in the prosecution or whatever needs to be done. And we have to make sure that justice is done. I'm not aware of any where the perpetrator is a powerful man and as a result the case has been dropped. No. Cases are on their just flow, and many times when we make follow-up, we need to understand that there are few judges. As a result, the cases are not being given the right attention. But I'm happy to hear this from you, and we make efforts to make sure that some of the cases are treated fairly so that the victims are happy at the end of the day. Okay, for the victims, they need social counseling from the very beginning that the cases have been discovered, because that's very important so that at least they gain some self-confidence and are able to speak more when they are asked to speak and give out their stories. But rest assured that in case the cases are not being dismissed, work is being done. It's not easy. Just yesterday, I was speaking to the inspector of police about 7 cases, and in fact, we talked about another person so that the cases can be speeded up and then the right justice is done. Because I'm a woman, I don't want to see women suffering and they are right being violated and nobody is done about it. That is giving more chance to more perpetrators to go ahead and violate the rights of women. And as a ministry, the onus is on us to make sure that victims are happy at the end of the day. How can they be happy when perpetrators are prosecuted and we show examples to the Gambians so that we reduce the incidence of the cases and eventually eliminate them on the surface of the earth? But it's not easy. As the prosecutor has just informed all of us at the beginning of our statement. SWV cases happen all over the world. And they're even worse in conflict cases, in conflict situations, where we see the security officers who are supposed to protect the women, do themselves violate them, women and the girls. It's not easy, but I think here the responsibility is on all of us. We all have a role to play at different levels to make sure that we fight against these cases, reduce them, and eventually in the long term we are able to eliminate them. Thank you very much.
Yeah, for me, I just want to, I don't want to engage in the social basis, because I also think we also men who receive terms like gentleman and all that, which sometimes I feel uncomfortable hearing people calling me gentleman, because I feel it is not, well, either I don't deserve the title or it doesn't reflect exactly who I am. But I think these are also cultural issues that we need to be able to adapt to see and try to see how best we can. We can situate certain things. There's something, not everything is bad. Some of the stereotypes that we're talking, some of them are negative stereotypes and some of them are also positive. But also it depends on who's saying it and how he's saying it and who's receiving it and how the person is receiving it. But I want to talk about the issue, one issue that is being raised by AXA, and is the issue of how is it that still there are cases of violence against women, and our institutions are not doing much, or still it is seen as for me, I still see that most of these issues should not be seen as a woman issue, but must be seen as a criminal issue and must be addressed as a crime. But the more we continue to look at issues of sexual violence, issues of rape, as oh, it's only affect women, then we'll continue to allow the space for those things to keep repeating. And even in the institutions right now, that's what is happening. Like a girl or a woman will go look for a job, either you've been sexually harassed, or even you're working with somebody and still you've been sexually harassed. And we're here. We're talking about moving this country forward. Well, still, I don't know where we're going, because the half of our population, people that are holding this country together, we still continue to relegate are second-class citizens. We need to change those things so that this country can move forward. But how do we address these issues of these institutions where still sexual violence and all these things continue? There is no institution in this country, maybe exists apart from the UN systems and others where we expect that there are maybe gender policies within the institutions that work. But I don't know any government institution, or even the university where I work, where we have a gender policy. You know, we don't understand, or we don't know if for me, for instance, I sexually abuse a student, what will the university do? There is no policy, no guidelines, nothing to address those issues. We need to start with that. And I am saying that for the women, for the person, I think one solution is to start making sure that all these different institutions that we have in this country incorporate and bring in gender policies as part of their governance and management processes. Because otherwise we'll continue to repeat, we'll go to court, this, that, and that, until God kingdom come and nothing will change. So we need to be serious about these issues that we are concerned. Because the more we continue to relegate the women as second-class citizens, the more we will continue to be stagnant as a country because we will not move anywhere.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you very much, Deputy. Actually, I left out the comment he raised. I think it was also a question about social policies. These are part of our positive social norms. And because Bishop offers to women, doesn't mean that you should violate their rights. And these of these are positive, and to some respect to women, of course. Don't speak to her that way. Those are positive comments. And then it's another way of encouraging women to participate in development at all levels. But again, because we offer social places, doesn't mean that we should not look at the negative social norms and try to address them. In all of our cultures, there are negative social norms and there are positive ones. The positive ones we promote, the negative ones we try very hard to eliminate. Yeah, because women have equal rights like men at all levels. So we should bear that in mind, and where communities are not aware of that, we don't put an sensitization so they become aware that women have equal rights as men. I know in all of our countries there's a lot going on in sensitizing communities about women's rights, so that at every level we are according the rights that we are due to them. Okay, and regarding with violence, sometimes women also encourage a number of these things. In the Gambia, for example, you walk in an office, you are well dressed, and the male police start commenting, and you are like, no, we are encouraging more comments and more advanced ones. You tell me that I'm well dressed, I think I put something at the very beginning. So the next moment, you will comment on the way I dress. Because I dress well, I don't want a comment from you, which I know eventually will become negative by you. So we women ourselves should be assertive and be able to know that certain comments are harassment, and we address it up there at the point, so it's not repeated. I remember last year, during the civil activities against violence at the UN, because at UNFP, of course, we were the chairperson of the young team group at the UN, and then together with our colleagues from UNDP and all the colleagues in UNICEF and World Food Bank, World Food Program, sorry, one is not here, you see that arrested me. Yeah, so we observed the civil activities against violence, and we started from ourselves, within the UN. And we organized a happy day workshop for all the UN staff on sexual harassment. And some of the issues raised, we are quite alarming. Some people didn't know that those things are harassment. So we have to let people know what is harassment so that they address it there at the right time. You tell me that I'm dressed, I will say, oh, I'm not for that. I'll ask you to stop it. I don't like it. And you stop. Thank you very much. I had the opportunity of looking at the draft constitution and make sure that the gender issues are adequately addressed. In fact, even before the ministry was established, I remember in January last year, at the UN supported the ministry. We went to do a review of the draft constitution, and myself and other members of the UN staff then were part of that. And we made sure that we addressed the gender concerns. And even now, when the second draft was sent to us, we quickly found a group of criminal persons who looked at it and make sure that the gender issues are addressed adequately. And also at the level of government, at the level of cabinet, we also had the opportunity of looking through the that constitution and make sure that the gender issues are addressed. So make sure, to rest assured that the issue that you have raised will not appear in the constitution, because the government is giving full support to make sure that gender issues are addressed across the board. And the constitution, being the highest law of the Gambia, should reflect these concerns so that everybody else will critique you from the constitution. About the disability, people with disability, the gentleman rest assured that there is a disability bill which has just been drafted and is at cabinet at the moment. I was with the National Assembly last month, and the Assembly members wanted the disability bill to reach them by March. I assured them that March is too far for me. In January, it will go to the National Assembly for enactment. And all these issues that you have raised are being addressed by the disability bill. And I've been telling people with disabilities that now they have a ministry which will look into their concerns. And in this issue of the celebration of 10th January, we are giving full support and make sure that we are present, and not only be present physically, but also give support financially to make sure that the program that you have set for yourself, Marriage Celebration, succeeds. And yes, Diana, thank you very much for the concern. Yes, it's all about our culture. And I think the onus rests on all of us to make sure that we understand some of these things. And the positive aspect of our culture, we should maintain, we should embrace. But the negative aspects, let's try to do away with those. And we have to do that through sensitization, awareness creation, so that eventually we make sure that we reduce from our culture and maintain only the positive aspects of our culture. I know that for the Christians, before they get married, there is always a counseling of the couples in the church. We Muslims don't have that. And then I don't know when we can also start with that, making sure that couples are counseled, so that they respect each other and they all know that they have equal rights, they are as partners and also as couples, and that's maintained throughout their life as partners. And again, this whole issue of English cultures, I always have been saying that we have to embrace the positive aspects and do away with the negative parts. It is our responsibility. It's not just the government alone. It's to start from the home. That's where the teaching should begin. Don't say that your children impress on these things in school. No. It should start from the home. When you teach them about these things in the home, when they go to school and kids talk about it, then they are going to appreciate. But I feel, and I still strongly believe, that the best teachers to our parents is ourselves. Sorry, the best teachers to their children is ourselves as parents. We are aware of all of these things, we know what the consequences are, so let's make sure that we address them at the level of the family. Coming to Wallabi's concern, yes, it is the responsibility of all, more especially the men. Come on, our men go to Europe with their wives. In Europe, you do babysitting, you feed the baby, you take care of the home, you even cook. But the moment you got the flight coming to Gambia, you drop those things at the garbage. It's not right. If your parents, if your children see you doing domestic chores, it will be easy to teach them. Because they know, oh, daddy does it, so I should also be doing it. But you go to Europe, you do everything. When you come to Gambia, at night the baby cries, and the baby wife, your baby is crying. It's most unfair. The reason why I don't include the lifestyle in Europe, because it's their lifestyle. But you also know that it's the best thing for one to do. So on the road to Gambia, you should maintain those things. Because we actually, as I keep saying, let's maintain the positive aspect and not the negative part. So I think we women are to be brave, but to some extent men are also to be brave. We women simply because if you see a man washing a spoon, you become angry. No! Teach him to wash the plate. And later, let him watch some other things in the house. That way, we are able to contribute effectively towards maintaining the household. And then, when we teach our children are going to appreciate because they have seen mommy and daddy doing it in partnership. Thank you very much.
And back there, you're trying to silence me, huh? All right. So I just wanted to make a comment to the guy that spoke up here. What is it that we can do to educate some of the men on the societal norms, etc.? I would say I'm challenging you to actually come up with solutions from your fellow men on how do you go around the country and create programs and sensitization of programs that can educate some of these men on what is it that we can do, especially when it comes in terms of what their role, men in the house, women in the house, girls, etc. So I'm challenging you on that. So don't put it back on us, I'm actually putting it back on you. And so for Absa's comment, because I wanted to say something and I forgot. I think, during the gender-based violence, etc., all the things that were happening on social media, I think what would have been really nice is to see government come out and speak up and say, we hear you, we understand you, we support you. And I think that's what's been lacking, to say that. So women always feel like, oh, we're not getting that support, so nobody else is listening to us. So I think going back to that, it's that I'm challenging our fellow, and especially the Honorable Minister, to come out more, to speak on more. If they're doing so many great things within the ministry, to come out and speak on that. And I just wanted to make a quick last comment, especially to my fellow that spoke on the board, and I'm also putting it back on you guys. So when I first came to the Gambia about a year ago, my first thing to do was, I thought, to reintegrate back into society is to serve on boards. Because I did that in the US, and then I came in. And I was knocking literally on almost every door, and nobody responded back. So I'm here, but nobody wants to take that initiative. And I think it's almost like they're afraid. So I'm challenging you now, all right?
I don't think I need just basically to thank Uncle Taf and to use him, basically present him as a perfect example of a gentleman that has empowered the female he is surrounded with. His company has gone global and is becoming more successful. I'm sure it was successful 30 years ago, but he has 4 or 5 daughters, mashallah. And all these girls are working for him. And you have seen how the company has gone to where it was 5, 10, 15 years ago to where it is today. That is a clear testament of what can be done when you diversify and
One minute.
Thank you very much. When it came out, yes, we did a press release. So we are aware of what was happening, and we are very concerned. So there was a press release. And we are really established, and we are very few in the ministry. And once we get fully established, we'll be more aggressive in addressing some of these things. But to make sure that we are in line with the victims and we are supporting them, we make sure that there was a press release. Secondly, somebody mentioned religion and culture. Yes, we don't have Islamic religious leaders who are female. Although in the Christian sect, we have female Christian religious leaders. But then I keep telling women that gone are the days when men will interpret the Quran to suit themselves. Now there are English versions of the Quran. Read the Quran and know for yourself what your rights are in Islam. And for those women who can't read the English version, see women who can read it in English and then they interpret it to you. Because many a time, our male religious leaders or religious scholars interpret the Quran to suit themselves. But if you read the English version, then you know that the Quran respects women and women have the right in Islam. Coming to culture, the cultural leaders, now we are seeing more and more female alcalos, and these are the people who are the custodians of our culture in our villages. And both the male and female are sensitized on all of these issues, and they address them when cases are brought to them for intervention. Thank you very much.
I think I would entirely agree with my brother, even though he refused to introduce himself in terms of questioning or talking about the modern man. But I think the question should be, how do we deconstruct these issues of gender stereotyping, these issues of who a man is or who a woman is. In the beginning, I started by covering my name, Seth, which is a male's name, because I'm in the process of trying to deconstruct this privilege that has been given to me as a man. I see nothing wrong with associating with a woman, physically, sexually. I know I'm a man. But then, throughout my life, I've worked with young women who have led issues that I found not to be a woman's issue, but a human rights issue. And for me, I've always seen it that way. And I think in our discussion also, we need to disconstruct those meanings and start to focus more on the human aspect. Of course, there needs to be that affirmative action looking at the current situation to do certain things. And then talking about strategies, I am a cultural person. I like our weddings, I like the colorfulness, but I don't like the money part. I also don't like the fact that women have been advised and men are not structured. We need to change the economic situation of women in this country, because that's the basis. We can talk about stereotyping, correlations in the office, we can talk about all that, but as long as women continue to be treated as second-class citizens, where they continue to wait for their husbands to go to hospitals because they don't have the money, I mean, those are issues that we need to start talking about. Why are women dying in the hospital? Because some of them are waiting for their husbands to come, either to decide whether they need to be operation or there's these are the issues that we need to talk about. These are the issues that need to be in the front of the agenda so that we can change this dynamics. But to continue this discussion, maybe in 10 years we'll come and talk about the same issues, but we need to start taking steps. We need to start taking solid steps in changing this. And this must start with us by reconstructing who the man is, and so that we'll be able to move forward. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think you will argue with me, you will agree with me that we have had an excellent panel. It's really good. And I please give the panelists a round of applause. We will also agree that this is a topic that we cannot exhaust. We have to continue working on it. It is something that has been ingrained for such a long time, and it needs time and effort to make sure that we change this. Because as I said, changing it is not just for the benefit of women, it's for the benefit of society. So I thank you very much for your contributions also from the floor. And again, I congratulate Taf, and I congratulate the formidable team that is working with Taf. I think this is really, I have not attended the previous Taf cons, but I think this can be the best, isn't it? Thank you. Good.
Thank you so much to our wonderful panel. You'll agree with me, that was a fruitful one with a lot of laudable ideas. I was sitting back there and I was itching to contribute, but unfortunately I was not past the microphone. I feel like we've been talking about this issue for the longest time, but then practical solutions that are actually capable of making impact now need to be implemented. I mean, it's 2020 and we're still talking of preventable maternal deaths. It's 2020 and a young girl in Basse still doesn't have access to sanitary pads. It's 2020 and the numbers concerning female genital mutilation are still going up high. So what is the government doing to ensure that these things are being solved? Right? So I feel, yes, we have the capacities on the ground, civil society organizations, grassroots organizations that are capable of taking up these initiatives and going on the ground where the impact needs to be made. So the government needs to collaborate more with these civil society organizations and also look at the acts that have been implemented. For example, the Women's Amendment Act of 2016 banning female genital mutilation. Since 2016 up to date, there was just one case and there was no prosecution at all. So let us look at these acts again and make sure they are effective to the capacity that we want. So I just have to contribute. I am so sorry. At this juncture, I just want us to give a round of applause to our wonderful panelists. Thank you so much. Okay, so while they set up the stage to encourage the next panelists to join us, I'd now like to invite a brother and friend, the champion poet, the first winner of the first ever poetry slam competition, the first season of of the Poetry Slam competition, also a law student at the University of the Gambia. I promise you, he is a wealth of knowledge, great performance skills, great communication skills, and he will wow you with his amazing wisdom. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Omar Chan, known as the champion poet.
Alna fitambala ayasenea na banko sita nyato yuwase sia nkajele nyoma kafea kasi kakacha dulawo dulase dia katuyelongo la na Gambia konsuma don sa hukatsa solema mwen direct mani duma khal ke ñew nan ma acca sibiti kon nelen fexe ñu gene fi li bu fi amati so ñu loko bu fi jegeti fi loko bu fi lekati mar loko bu fi nanati su fi bu geta kay dagati ñu taccio di fecce di begati kafati reyati sindeka Gambia le khati kon dama jël la kay ye bolé ngir jël xoli fi jola bi top ne ma e ñaa bacara bu riel ma joko e kangule mu dor mu ne ma emite kati pol bi top ne ma jonna pizza mi fala kalaji. So honorable greetings, wonderful audience, and of course to Taf and the wonderful team. I am so much honored to be here, and for a series of reasons to be associated with such a great initiative. I've been telling a lot of people, and I think today is the opportunity to actually say that Taf is not only concerned about making profit, but also executing their corporate social responsibilities as much as possible. And I think the investment in this has to be showcased. That please give them a round of applause. So the piece I'm going to perform for you today has to do with inspiring Gambians, that no matter what, no matter the threats that are going on, no matter how gloomy the future looks like, we can still make it here. So I will not feel naked by giving the entire ingredients of the poem. I just hope you get it from the presentation. Tuki ngir tekke tahon ma tegi tanki tok tek fa tanki tuki. Ndeke tanki tuki yu ma tegon moy waral sumay joy guddi. Yoon bi gannaaw tëj ma kasoog ñàkka nelaw futti ndulli paataaki ba li fetel nangu suma wetu yaram suma xol ak xel toroxtaande tax mënatuma xam sax sama melokaan naka la mel. The purchase of the most expensive dignity that I never thought I could ever sell. But from the narratives you could tell that the threats and worries are in increase, and it's time to ring the emergency bell. For the pains and lost lives are not worth it. Success is a well. Pluck the rope and the bag, uplift what fell, and leave poverty a respectable farewell. For the magic line is, we can all make it here. Right in the heart of our dwellings, for success is everywhere. It is an accumulation of metal, so you be the smith. To reach the highest level of achievements and rise to the zenith. For the notion of traveling to make it is just a misguidance we can no more deal with. So hear it, wrap it, and grasp it. Be the explorer of your own boundaries. There is no limit. Don't be fooled by the utopia they create from outside and how they narrate it. For if it does not look like it, it's not it, but looking like it does not make it. So this is an internal disease that only you can treat. But the magic line is, we can all make it here. So rise up, grind. Take the road towards knowledge, for education is the key to success. Within the four corners or outside the four corners of the classroom, in the drive room, in the restroom, in the showroom, in the courtroom, in the newsroom. And if success comes to be the bride, you be the bridegroom. For the magic line is, we can all make it here. But remember, not going to school too is not a failure. Not attending university would not make the future impure. That has sold it to us at a higher ratio, so no, when to worry without a degree. Don't turn your glory into a story. Your brain is a formidable property. Make it your real estate company and expand your marketability. Italong, ikana somoye joti. Ni hakil mayale reposo fandila ajama basoti. Kana bata kana fiti. Donc kana bidi hadgel kana city, they store the malice and not full of fruit and beef. For the magic like this, we can all make it here. Deka nane deka bila ka wona mande mo ko witi wa deka bi toyna tamit amna fum toye num toye sim toye don ay def bi mun ta jekki mu sampu sim xel ak min fay xelate li noy liggey ak sim métier kon fek ni fas jom ta kan diko pare te kesin deka muna rosse sim métier. I know there are challenges in our lives and our dream is employment. But our skills are enough resources that we can tap on for development. From poetry to carpentry, the keys to creativity, engineering to machinery, the blueprints to productivity, businesses beyond offices, every skill is a raw material. When tapped on properly for the yield of our economy, for the money like this, we can all make it here. Overseas is not as promised. It's the shadow of what we foresee. Not as great as our homes and the great people we want to be. For if you make use it as a tool, you will understand that we can make it here more, and we will be respected here more, and we will be able to touch the fruits because we could be our own tree. But do not wait on the government. Mansakunda ta beke no. Ani sa beke no isa beke baliano. Otela mecho le la symboli mota busilano. Nganya biti ngantewo city. Kodi jamara kesho yegiti. We jana muda ufana jamuda nganya to tase kamano. So rise up once again and take the keys to the new vision, the new dreams and hopes. Unlock your potentials. See the future and beyond for the new constructed goals. You are greater than whatever you are right now. You are a special agent and a piece of success in the bundle. So you are the light, you are the savior. So just twinkle, sparkle, and get to the dreamland. But the magic like this, we can all make it here.
Champion!
The champion poet, he never disappoints, and I did tell you so. So we're swiftly moving into the second session for today, which is on Beyond Creativity, unlocking IT innovation across sectors. So we have brilliant panelists who have in their own vein innovated ideas that will be beneficial to this country in the very short and long run. So ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Mr. Abdullah Baji and his panelists to kickstart with this session already. Thank you.
I work for the International Trade Center through the Youth Empowerment Project here as Media and Communications Officer. It is a pleasure to be here today to moderate this session. You know when they say saving the best for last, I believe this is the best session that we'll be having at this year's TAFCON. And most importantly, we have amazing young people with incredible innovations who will be here to talk us through their innovations, except for Cherno, who refused to call himself a youth because he is above the age bracket. But I believe since Uncle Taf is not himself youth man, maybe we can call Cherno youth boy, right? So you can never talk about a world of borders without boundaries, without talking about innovation. And you can never talk about innovation without talking about IT, which is information technology. Without wasting much time, I'll just take this opportunity to read a brief bio of my panelists, and then we will delve into the conversation proper. Starting with Dr. Ismail Abadi. Dr. Baji has over a decade of experience in the pharmacy industry, serving in multiple capacities. He holds a Six Sigma Green Belt in healthcare focused on increasing efficiencies and outcomes in healthcare organizations. In his recent role of pharmacy manager of community pharmacy at Wellbrings Hope, Dr. Baji managed a 24-hour community pharmacy with a daily average of over 800 prescriptions, totaling year sales of $16 million and an inventory size as high as $1 million. This community pharmacy specialization also includes medication therapy management, pharmaceutical compounding, HIV therapy, and adult immunizations. Dr. Badi transitioned to establish his healthcare solutions company, Innovax Global Health, IGH, as it is formally called, in 2015, where he currently serves as founder and CEO. IGH focuses on bridging the gap in access to quality healthcare solutions and are set to open their first franchise in the Gambia. The company plans to usher in a new era of quality and affordable healthcare services on innovation, technological approaches to disease state management, telemedicine, electronic health records, wellness on wheels mobile delivery, and point-of-care testing and overall distribution of quality medications. Can we please give Dr. Ismail Haq? Next, on my right-hand side, I have Mansata Kuran, who is a mathematician and creative technologist, and the purpose-driven founder of VR Revival, a 360-degree VR application to help alleviate the anxiety and depression that comes with dementia. She holds a first-class honors degree in mathematics and spent 5 years in the city as an actuary. Following that, she started researching in neuroscience and worked in creative technology through running the Freestyle for Africa Foundation. In 2019, she was recognized as Top 10 Champions by Maserati and voted Top 100 Innovators in the United Kingdom. She is winner of the iLab Health Impact. She is the winner of the iLab Health Impact Awards in Asia and won Entrepreneur of the Year, the Women in Technology series. She was featured in the BBC World Service, the Sunday Times, and Business Cloud for her work campaigning to raise awareness on dementia and mental health. Her goal is to help raise awareness of the growing problem with dementia, which is estimated to increase by 204% in the year 2050. She is passionate about using creative technologies to solve the growing problems of mental health. She was born and raised in the Gambia and has great love for the arts, poetry, freestyle dancing, leadership, and personal development. Can we please give it up for her? And finally, it's my pleasure to introduce Mr. Chernobyl, who I want to address in this panel as Mr. Atai. Born and raised in the Gambia, Chernobyl rather. It's Jan. I don't know how come I have day here. Jan, you're in trouble. Born and raised in the Gambia, Jan attended Gambia High School, then college at St. Mary's University in Halifax, Nova Scotia, Canada, majoring in computing science. He got hired by Microsoft in Redmond, Washington, right after college, where he spent almost 2 decades as a software engineer. He co-founded Texito Solutions with his wife, Isa Tujala, and started manufacturing the e-brother a year ago. He is married with 2 beautiful girls, Kumba and Safia. Atayaman, you're welcome. Thank you. The theme of this session is looking at beyond creativity, unlocking IT innovation across sectors. Over the years, we have witnessed a significant growth of information technology and its contribution to global development. There are key lessons to be learned on how IT can be used to leapfrog development, especially for developing countries like the Gambia. This session will showcase different innovations done by incredible Gambian citizens who will be sharing their innovations and talking to us in detail as to how exactly their innovation seeks to improve and impact on the lives of the everyday Gambian. So to start with, as they say, ladies first, Mansata, I'll start with you. Take us through the journey and what it is exactly that your innovation seeks to address.
Sure. Is this on?
Yeah.
So thank you so much. It's such an honor and pleasure to be here. And before I get started, I do really have to say thank you to Uncle Taf for inviting me. So I had 5 key goals last year, and Good everyone. Like I said, I set 5 key goals last year. 2 of them I'll share with you today. Firstly, I wanted the opportunity to come inspire young Gambian girls into technology. Secondly, I wanted to visit home, visit my family, and especially see my dad, who's here today. I'm really proud of that, and I really want to thank Mustafa for making two of my dreams come true. I'm very grateful. You're an inspirational leader, and I'm very pleased to be here. So the perspective I really want to bring is my experience more globally. I think this is where technology is so exciting because it doesn't limit you to just the Gambia. I've been to Ghana, I've been to Morocco, in Asia, Bali, Indonesia, and also I've been in the UK for the past 10 years, so it's been quite a while. And like the panel yesterday, we really don't need to reinvent the wheel. Like they say, there are amazing technologies, artificial intelligence, robotics, virtual reality, augmented reality being implemented here in Africa. So I really want to see more women take on this role to inspire, to innovate, and to push and break those boundaries. And this is very typical of the technology industry, being the only woman in the room. So that's something I really want to be a past thing. I'll start off with generally what I think the key issues are, just briefly, because I really want to focus on my journey on how I came into tech. But we all know there are issues, especially here in the Gambia. Firstly, I'll touch on the lack of medical supply. And an example I can think of is, people are using drones, in Africa. We can use drones to supply blood and vaccines cross country. So these are almost like small helicopters that have sensors and they can withstand the weather as well. So I'd really like to encourage more people to think outside the box. Don't wait for the government, don't wait for initiatives. Sometimes all it takes is what you have here, which is the brain. It's really incredible what you can achieve when you really believe in yourself and you go out and learn things, and that's really something I want to encourage. Someone mentioned earlier about maternity debt. So one thing I saw in Nigeria is people are building applications that can help train young pregnant women to take care of their child whilst they're in pregnancy. Because one of the key issues we have is women not actually consistently going to see doctors, or they don't have the information to go out, or the knowledge that they have to be regularly being monitored. So these are simple applications. In terms of the youth as well, I'll go in polarities here. I believe investing in actual medical staff into IT is a key thing. So for instance, in the UK and NHS, they have a separate entrepreneurial branch where they are training their doctors to code IT systems, because these are the people who are actually working within the systems and can help innovate and make it more efficient. On the other side, it takes having a fresh mind, a fresh perspective of someone who's not in the field at all, and this is where the new and bright ideas come, and this is where I think the authorities can come in and help the young people. So initiatives like having labs, this is something I experienced in Ghana. They have all these tech hubs where young people can safely go, form teams, and do hackathons, competitions. So for instance, 1 month, they'd have sickle cell week. Let's academics, doctors, innovators, entrepreneurs come together in one room and develop solutions for sickle cell disease, and the best innovation will be sponsored. So these are the ways that we can solve our problems ourselves. So I'll move on to my journey, because I know there are a lot of young ladies here who are very interested in tech or already working in tech, because I've had a rather unconventional journey into technology. So as Angel mentioned, I was born and raised in Gambia and went to the UK to study maths and ended up doing actuarial science and did consulting for 5 years as an actuary at PricewaterhouseCoopers UK. But my passion has always been making a difference and giving back and helping. My father's a medical doctor. I didn't want to be a doctor. I saw how hard he worked every single day, Monday to Sunday. And for me, it was more the empathy and the pain I saw patients in. I didn't feel I could do that. But I think his dreams came through, because I ended up working sort of in the care industry again, and so you can call me the technology doctor. So your prayers came through. So basically what I do is I work in virtual reality technology. what, for the benefit of those who don't know, it's an immersive experience where you put on a headset and you're taken away to a different world. So for instance, if you have a grandma with dementia, so with dementia what happens, you tend to lose your late memories. And so for instance, they'll remember their early memories, say they're from Kudan, which is the village I'm from. So they'll, either in Banjul, they'll have depression and anxiety because that's all they can recall, and there'll be a lot of confusion. So what we can do is take 360 videos of their compound or their area and input that in our technology, and then they'll be able to reminisce about that, and that will help reduce anxiety and depression. Another thing our technology does is we have the education content as well. So, but it's all immersive and peaceful, so you'll actually be in a scene where there's waterfalls, and you can actually hear birds sing. So it's a lot about therapy while you learn. And the reason why I chose virtual reality technology, I know a lot of people are wondering, is because firstly, I don't do things the conventional way, I go all the way. And secondly, I feel it's a fascinating technology, and it's something I feel people can get involved in, and it brings joy and it brings fun. And mental health is such a big issue here in the Gambia and even worldwide, and it's a difficult issue that people don't really like talking about. So I found technology as almost that bridge that can bring families back together, where they can learn together and experience together. Because what I find, which is really sad, is people who are normally mentally ill are isolated, or it's brushed under the carpet, or they're kept locked. With technology, we can bring families back together, and even if they don't want the outside world to know, within their compounds, they can actually help the individual going through the mental health issue. Where we're at now, I built the Apple application store, which has been, so literally I've been doing this for a year, and this is why I really wanted to show up, to show what's possible if you really believe in yourself and push yourself. So within a year, I've been nominated for 13 international awards, won 6 of them, also been featured on the BBC, and also, but what it's supposed to show, I'm not saying this to impress people, but I'm saying it to show what is possible if you believe in yourself. I think the other thing I needed to say was, I didn't have any finance, I didn't have a team, I didn't even have the technology skills, I learned from scratch. So it just goes to show you don't need anyone, and this is why I'm so passionate about mental health. If you take care of your brain, that's what literally separates us from animals. That's the power we have. That's the power we've been given by God. And we have the power to create our own realities. So I think it's really important.
Good afternoon. I'll start off by thanking Uncle Taf first and congratulating you for 30 years of excellence. I think it's important when we could realize that Gambian excellence could be great in the Gambia, but it also could be exported. I think Gambia as a company, as a country, we've done a tremendous job exporting our excellence. This room is full of Gambian sons and daughters who are excellent in their own right, that the world has benefited from. So I just wanted to start there as well. So thank you for the platform, Uncle Taf. The subject matter is about creativity. I believe that creativity is God's gift to mankind. I believe there's God in us all. And creativity is his way of proving that he created a perfect being. So even if it's Uncle Taf visualizing a new development, God put that level of creativity in him. So I think it's very, very important to understand that every single person in this room, irrespective of what field you work in, God is in you. And how you create, how you make the world better, is God speaking his magnificence through us. So I think it's very, very important. So Innovex Global Health is a healthcare solutions company that we just started in the Gambia. It's really, really important to always emphasize that when we talk about the healthcare system. Let me start by the human element of technology, because my background is not in technology. So for the past 10 years, I've been practicing as a healthcare professional in the US. But I tell people I have 3 hats now. I have one hat as a healthcare professional because I'm trained as a doctor of pharmacy. I have a new hat as an entrepreneur, and I have a hat as a human being. So by raise of hands, how many people have used WhatsApp in the past 24 hours? Almost everybody, right? So sorry, let me screw up a little bit. I like using WhatsApp as an example of what technology has done for our humanity as African people. Could you picture a 70-year-old grandmother in the Gambia using WhatsApp now where they don't have to worry about whether they speak English, they know how to write English. The technology is created where you could hold on to a button and speak any language in the world, and you know that the person receiving that, on the other hand, understands you. Technology restores our dignity as a human being, our dignity as an African people. So even though I'm not trained in technology, healthcare cannot exist without technology in 2020. Which is why Innovax Global Health, as a healthcare solutions company, yes, we have the experience in the US, but one of the things I battled with working in the US was, you know what? We like nice things too. We deserve nice things too. As an African continent, as a Gambian country, if there's a medication that is not good enough to sell in the US, it should not be good enough to sell in the Gambia. The fact, I'm going to put my hat on as a healthcare professional now, as a pharmacist. The Gambian people are not living to be long enough. The average Gambian man is only living to be 63 years old. So if you're a Gambian and you're 30 years old, half of your life from a life expectancy, it's gone. So if you peel layers of the problems, healthcare is at the root of a serious nation that wants to move forward, and it has to begin with creating solutions. Which is why when we formed Innovax Global Health, we did not focus on problems. We formed it as a healthcare solution company, knowing one, technology exists to make healthcare more affordable. Two, we know what we don't know, meaning we're entering a new ecosystem that we've had giants in the industry, in the healthcare. We have some here, Dr. Salas here, Dr. Ramunjai. There's a lot of doctors who've contributed significantly to the health ecosystem. How could we build on what they've already had up on top of, just to move the healthcare solutions company forward? So in terms of technology, one of the things I'm excited about is we build a concept around how do you improve access using technology. I use the story of what our telemedicine service is doing now. So we've launched our company now, and we're offering telemedicine services. We had a gentleman who had his kidneys failing. The Gambia doesn't have a lot of nephrologists in the Gambia, but the world does not lack nephrologists. So we have an instance where now a Gambian who does not have to apply for a visa, which brings it back to humanity, meaning he has to sit across from somebody who determines whether they are worthy to travel to get treatment. But now through technology, that gentleman could come to our facility. We could link him with a nephrologist at BLK, who is our super specialty hospital, and the consultation within 30 minutes, we could figure out if he needs a renal function test, we could do it at our facility. It takes 12 minutes. If he needs an electronic health records, we have an electronic health record system. So we've literally created a world with borders without boundaries using technology. So now, and I believe it goes back to restoring our capacity. It goes back to giving people the healthcare that we deserve. So telemedicine is one of those services that we're offering. But even speaking of electronic health record systems, I find it interesting because a lot of my colleagues in the United States always laugh when I tell them, hey, I am innovating, because it's a buzzword, right? But going to a pharmacy and leaving with a bottle that has your name on it is innovation only in the Gambia. They are not impressed when I tell them that, but it's important. Because now systems are in place where I believe we have the technology and we're engaging all stakeholders to link the entire Gambia under one electronic health record system. So meaning, even if you're unconscious and you have a unique medical record number,
you could go to the hospital and they could find out what your blood group is. You could go to Serekunda Hospital and get a hemoglobin test, and I am at home, pull out my cell phone, and I could see what your result is. So if a doctor has to consult, you are just closing the gap. That's what technology can do, and that's the technology that we have readily available to make the Gambia a better health ecosystem. We know access is always a problem. We launched a service called Wellness on Wheels. Wow. It's designed, it's near and dear to my heart because most of the times when you look at our community, most of the elderly people have ailments. Most of the elderly people have mobility issues. Our version of what taking care of our elders is literally they're at home. So if they have issues, how can we create a health system where now healthcare is brought to them? Meaning grandmother could be on her bedside, she's diabetic, she needs her blood glucose monitored. It's 2020, she should not get up, get ready, go to a hospital, buy a ticket, stand in line for 2 hours while fasting, just to check her blood glucose level. She should be able to wake up, be bedside, and our company come to her using electronic health record systems, check her blood glucose, and even if her doctor is in Japan, the doctor should know that, hey, grandmother is doing okay today. That's the health ecosystem that we believe we can create, and it's moved from being an idea stage to now we're actually implementing it, and it gives me hope, knowing that these services are in place, which is why one of the first things that we did as a company is find that we try to reach out to almost every single healthcare provider in the Gambia, and we still have a lot to do. Because part of being an entrepreneur, let me put my entrepreneur hat on. Startups is tricky. Technology is tricky. Being an entrepreneur, most entrepreneurs fail. Most businesses fail. Which is why when we celebrate Taf at 30 years, Taf is a unicorn in the entrepreneur space. Most businesses don't last that long. But I think part of it too is my mother, who's my entrepreneur role model, and my sister as well too. She always tells me this wall of program. Right? I like extending that as a collective nation. And I try not to be political. Because I think, it's a tricky space as well as a new entrepreneur. We've had a lot of discussions about the role of government and how businesses move. I find it confusing sometimes because when people say the government, I'm a little bit confused. Because the government is the people. The government is a representation of Gambian people. We've had new presidents, we've had new leaders. The government will always be a reflection of who we are as a people. And if we collectively say that we want better across all systems, healthcare, technology, we have to be better as people, right? So yes, we need government support, especially in terms of pushing the best of what we have to offer. But I think even the word catalyst is used a lot. Catalyst for change. I did my first degree in chemistry, so I'll go a little bit nerdy, right? So a catalyst from a chemical reaction standpoint is something that could speed up a process without changing its original form. Meaning if government has to be a catalyst, if our private stakeholders have to be catalysts for changing any industry, they should be able to speed up the process while remaining the same. And remaining the same is meaning, irrespective of who it is, whatever is better should move forward. That's the hope that we want to have in terms of support. But to bring it back with the concept of healthcare delivery, I'm excited for what technology can do for us. My background is not in technology. I look forward to a day where Gambia could be in one electronic health record system. I am challenging every single person in our industry because I believe if we are serious, within 1 year, we could have a universal electronic health record system where every Gambian will have a medical record number. everybody's blood group will be in one system. So if you need a donation, it doesn't take hours of logistics. You click one button and you know what blood group you are. That's the vision that we want to take for the Gambia. And that's where collaboration will also come into play. I see Point Click is here, Malik Khan's company. They do cloud-based services. We're running a cloud-based electronic health record system, right? A lot of people will tell you, well, Gambia is not ready. Gambians are using WhatsApp, social media all over Gambia. So a lot of these systems in terms of healthcare and technology, it's not reinventing the wheel. It's using technologies that already exist. Even telemedicine, when I tell people telemedicine, it sounds like a fancy word, right? If a doctor is in Japan, a patient is in Gambia, they have FaceTime. They have an electronic health record system that's cloud-based. Ladies and gentlemen, that's what telemedicine is. A consultation that you use technology that already exists, you just intertwine healthcare to it. So now for people in the diaspora, which we know Gambia is sustained by diaspora money, it's over $200 million that comes from outside that comes in, right? So I'm always wary when they say it's a joint effort. We're a tax economy, but we're a diaspora economy. We built our company where now it's cheaper than a plane ticket. If your loved one has diabetes, hypertension, high cholesterol, I keep on mentioning these diseases because more Gambians are dying from these non-communicable diseases than malaria, right? They really are. And it's not an old man's disease, right? I always like to tell people I am 34 years old, considered youthful, but I'm also 34 years old and I'm hypertensive, meaning I have high blood pressure because it's genetic to it. So sensitization and using technology, using preventative services is the Gambia we have to create. So which is why my company is just in the business of finding solutions, because I think 2020 has to be an era where there's an intellectual rebellion in the sense that we have to act now. So our company is just positioned to one, leverage technology, just to see how we could level the playing field where now a grandmother in Mansokonko could have the same access to quality care than a grandmother in New York, in Tokyo, in Stockholm. That's just the vision that we want to create. And I think that technology allows us to do that. The distributions that we have with quality medications allows us to do that. And it's just a matter of how we can leverage it, not only for a Gambia thing, but throughout the whole sub-region as well. Thank you.
Thank you. During the first round of questions that we'll have later. Just a quick question to the audience. How many of us here drink attire? Great. So, Mr. Attire?
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I want to quickly say thanks to Uncle Taf and the whole Taf organization for inviting me on this panel and giving me this opportunity. So I'm going to talk about the inspiration behind creating eBrother, and I want to keep it lighthearted a little bit. If you meet like any of my siblings or someone that knew me from when I was a kid and ask them what I was like back then, they'll probably mention a couple of things. And one of them was that I like to fix radios. I wasn't fixing radios, I was just curious about how things really worked, I mean in general. So radios were around, so I would open those up and try to figure out what's going on. And a funny thing happens when you open stuff up and people think that you actually know what you're doing, so they bring over more radios, I'll open those up and try to figure out what's going on. Radios are not really that interesting in that sense because there's few moving parts and then there's electronic components that you can't really tell what they do just by looking at them. So for someone at that age that had no background in electronics or anything like that, it wasn't that interesting for me. Then I moved on to tape decks. And a lot of you looking at the faces in the audience may not know what that is, but you can Google it. So with tape decks, you open it up and you push the play button, and then you see this like intricate mechanism of gears and tiny little parts that all work in unison to get the tape playing and sound coming out of that. And at that age, like looking at that and seeing how complicated this thing was, what will hit you is that it was actually a person or a group of people that put this together. I mean, that thought about it and designed it and make it work. So you get this sense at that age that things are possible if you put a little bit of effort into it. I mean, it's not magic, as my old boss would say. None of it is magic. It's really just human beings being creative and taking a moment to think about how to solve certain problems. So you get that from it. But the other thing is that as intricate as that mechanism is, I was able to actually look at some of the parts and just by observing them, understand the problem that they solve and the function and their function. Like just observing it and looking at it, I could understand that. And the reason for that was because the solution was actually obvious. It wouldn't occur to me that if I was actually given the same problem, if I was told to solve that and figure out, how to make the part do its particular function, I would probably arrive at the same solution. It didn't need to take someone trained in mechanical engineering or any of that. So that also kind of gave me the sense that a lot of times it really just does take the effort of taking a moment and thinking about the problem and how to solve it. And then the answer's just hiding like right behind them. You just have to think about it. And I think that stuck with me as a youth throughout, and even in my career as a software engineer, I would often put myself in the position where I would say, okay, let me take a step back and just think about it for a minute. How would I solve this problem? And more often than not, I would arrive at an edited solution. So that's one thing. And obviously also that came into play, because we're talking about eBrother, that came into play in terms of giving me confidence when it came time to build eBrother, and I'll talk a little bit about that later on for how that process all came together. Now the other thing that this person, the sibling of mine, would tell you about me when I was a kid was that he'd have done him attire all day. Like I would make attire all day. That is very true. But what they don't know is the reason why. Like, why did I like making attire? And it turned out I was a sort of like a selective interlocutor, like so to speak, in a group of people. If I was hanging with my friends, I would pick what parts of the conversation I wanted to be involved in. And for other things that didn't interest me so much, I would sort of just tune out and be in my own world. And I found that being the person that makes the attire in your group, that was easy, because if the conversation came to something that I didn't want to be a part of, I could just pretend to be making attire and no one would pull me into that. So what started as a crutch became a passion, really. I ended up loving making attire. I like the sort of the artistic expression aspect of it. I mean, I would do this thing where I would pour the attire from 2 glasses at the same time and have the glass like flip over in my fingers and stuff like that. So I really enjoyed the process. I enjoyed it, and I enjoyed drinking attire as well. Now, when I grew up and got married and got kids and got a job that kept me busy pretty much all of the time, that part of making attire became less interesting. I mean, it was a situation where I just wanted to drink attire. If I had friends over, I just wanted to make it for them. I didn't, bother to show them my skills in making attire. It was really just consuming it. So, in times like that, the inconvenience associated with making attire just sort of started becoming magnified, right? I would be there in the kitchen when everyone's in the living room, they're hanging out and chatting, but I have to be stuck in the kitchen making attire. I would often spill the attire on the stove, and my wife, I said to lose my co-founder, didn't appreciate that. And then if I wanted to be part of the actual conversation, I would have to bring over my little stove, bring over the whole set, and sort of lay some newspaper on the carpet so I wouldn't make a mess and all that stuff. So it became really inconvenient just for me as an individual that wants to make attire and consume it and make it for my friends. that I started thinking about, like, there's got to be a better way to do this, right? People consume coffee all of the time. Some people would, take the time to like grind the beans and all of that stuff. But for the most part, you put your coffee in the filter, add water, press a button, and however many minutes later, you have your coffee done. So why couldn't I have the same thing but high, right? So I had this confidence that I talked about of believing that like I could build things, and it must have been at some point in there that the idea got planted in my head that I could actually build this thing. And once you get that seed of an idea in your head, as you may know, it's like it's the only thing you can think of, like for stretches at a time. So I remember though that one of the first things I did was actually to make a sketch of what this e-brada might look like. Not how it would function, but what it would look like on the outside, like sitting on a kitchen table somewhere. And that actually turned out to be seminal because I would often come back at that, like when I'm making my attire, I'd look at this sketch on the tablet and think to myself, man, I really want to have this sitting on the kitchen counter right now. If only I had this, it would save me all the trouble that I'm going through right now. So it sort of became my North Star in that early stage to actually push on with this project. I think one important thing to say is that I didn't start off working on e-brada and thinking about it as something that was going to be a commercial product that we would form a company for and build and market. It was really just me wanting something that I could use to make a product for me, and I felt like if I found it useful, probably some of my friends would as well. And because of that, I started out building it, as a hobby. So I decided that I was going to do everything about it. I think typically someone starting this out as a venture would probably not take that route. They would bring in some experts to help with certain things. But I thought, this is just a weekend project. I'll spend as much time as I can on it and just see how far it goes. So now that is a tough decision because, as Mansada mentioned, like building something like this, my background is in software engineering. There is some code running on the e-brada, but most of it is like mechanical pieces and electronics that I really don't know much about, right? So taking on something like that yourself does mean that you actually have to learn these things from scratch. But the interesting thing is that, that learning, like going from zero to being, to knowing enough to do what you have to do, turned out to be the most rewarding experience in this whole thing. I mean, you look at the e-brada put together now and everything, but inside there, like there's various different parts, and getting to the point of conceiving of how those parts should work, and actually going in, like when you're doing prototyping, you don't really, you don't have an engineering team that's like, you give designs to and they build the stuff for you. Oftentimes what I have to do is just cannibalize stuff that's lying around and put that together to build that actual part. But when you go from like the idea stage of how this might work and actually going and building, I'll give you an example. One of the parts of the e-brada is the part that you put the liquid in and that goes to a boil. So I was around the house thinking, okay, how am I going to build this thing? And I just started walking around the house and in the kitchen and looking at things I could use to make this particular part in the prototype. And one of the things I saw was those canisters, those stainless steel containers. So I grabbed one of those. My wife is probably hearing about this the very first time because it was one of her things that she brought to the kitchen. So I grabbed one of those things. I got an old electric kettle, took that apart, grabbed the heater part of that. I cut out the bottom of this metal piece, put that together, found a way to kind of join it together so it'll be waterproof and it'll be leak proof. When I did that, it took a while. It took several weekends of like buying parts to cut metal, which I'd never done before, and actually cut myself in that process. But once I had that and I plugged it in and I added some water, and the little bubbles started to form, and you could hear the sound of the water starting to boil. I got goosebumps. I mean, it was a simple thing, but it was it was the most rewarding experience, and a lot of the other things that were involved in making the prototype were of a similar experience. So I think just a little thing for people that are planning to do something like this, to build stuff, and maybe like be an entrepreneur and sell it and stuff like that. I want to say go for it, because even if it doesn't work as an entrepreneur, even if it fails, the experience you get from going through that, you guys know, it's like no one can describe it for you. You have to experience it yourself. So go for it. And I think that's it. So I know there's a lot of unknowns here. We have a Q&A session, so feel free to ask about eBrother if you want. But that was it. I built the prototype, going through that process, put it on YouTube, and as they say, the rest is history. Thank you.
Meaning cloud-based internet services, not internet email services, where all government platforms have their own email system that's cloud-based, where now our officials are not at foreign meetings, and then their cards have a Gmail or a Hotmail account, right? So I think that's a concern, but we want to be ready for when those systems improve, we don't have to reinvent the wheel. So even now at our facility, we have a backup manual system for when the internet there's interruptions in internet. But as soon as it comes back to regulation, then we just transpose it into electronic record. Because I think that's most important too for patients when you have to travel. Because how many people have their medical records from last year? It's very difficult, right? But if it's an electronic copy and you want to go to an interview or your child is going for studies, all you have to do is call the facility. I need a soft copy of the physical from last year. Or from an accountability standpoint as well, which I think the diaspora is really important. If you're spending $200 every single month, and your mother is telling you that I'm buying medication for diabetes, or I'm getting my blood sugar checked, there's no way of checking. So even accountability in the system too, if I'm a pharmacist, I want every single consumer to be able to hold me accountable for what medication I sold, when I sold it, why I sold it. So even if it's an antibiotic that I just walk in and want to purchase, if I did not see a doctor for that antibiotic, I should be in a position to tell the patient no. And if there's an electronic record, then it makes this easy for accountability and transparency to be in the system. So infrastructure is always a challenge, and I think as a startup, one of our biggest costs was creating backup systems. So backup electricity, backup internet. So we have Gambian and AfriCell. We have a generator instead of NOAA. So there's a lot of, it increases the cost of doing business. So as the systems improve, which I think they are improving, our costs will go down, but the technology already exists. And I think it's really important when we're innovating, especially in Africa, we shouldn't bring something that's an African version to Africa. The benefit of the diaspora being in systems where we've integrated into systems in the Western world, we know the systems, we know what's good of it. So when we're innovating in our country, we actually have a better advantage to create a system that does not exist there, right? So even with our company, I tell people a lot of times, yes, I used to work for Walgreens, which is a giant, but we're doing things in terms of service where now, even if I'm at Brookwood, I could call the pharmacy, tell them I have a cold. They'll tell me, okay, 1 second, let me have you speak to the pharmacist, and they could recommend a product and deliver it to Brookwood. There's systems in Europe that are not doing those things in terms of a quality care, so it's actually creating a model that's better than what's out there, because we've been behind for so long, so if we're trying to catch up, let's create systems where in 2023, 2024, 2030, we don't have to reinvent the wheel. So it's just things that we have to consider.
Thank you. And the water boil. So I think the eBrother is one, very effective in terms of saving time. But perhaps I'm sure questions will come around casting the same and then whether you are also able to have a first brother, second brother, and a third brother. But I'm sure those questions are coming from the audience. So what we're going to do now is open the floor for Q&A. If there's anyone that has a question or a very brief comment, please shoot it through. But can we please try as much as possible to keep it short and precise? So we will be able to have as many questions as possible from the audience. So maybe we'll start with Auntie Jennifer and then we'll...
Had the opportunity to actually visit Dr. Baju's facility, and I had the opportunity to actually try out his electronic medical record system. And it's fantastic in that everything you want to do, you can do it. And also, if I see a patient and I don't have time, I can just press a button and dictate what I want to dictate, and it's speech recognition, it's in text, and then I can send it to any doctor or the patient themselves. So I think that for us, technology has the capacity to help us to leapfrog into the future, honestly, because when I tell you how lack of electronic medical records has adversely affected patient care and patient outcomes in this country, we have to move to digital records. I think virtual reality has the capacity to do a lot. We have one radiologist, one Gambian radiologist in the whole country. Now, this is a general radiologist. Think about cancer care. It's just been shown that artificial AI and machine learning can diagnose breast cancer from mammograms better than human eyes. So if you take a mammogram, a digital mammogram, you can send it anywhere, get results, be able to treat that patient without delay, which is important for cancer care. So, I mean, you've been inspiring, and I thank you for what you're doing. We should all support you, actually.
Thank you very much.
Add on to that. Just in terms of our technology, even though it was based in the UK, I always had Africa in mind. So one of the first things we do is, obviously I know that there are very few households that have the Google Cardboard or have the Oculus Go. And so what we're doing is we're using gyro technology.
So I'm just going to pick up from my sister about the power supply. And I have seen some projects that are going in the country where they're using solar for a lot of things. And I wanted to ask Mr. Ataya whether there's a solar version of the e-brother that you can use maybe in Basse or Medina Samako, where you don't have access to electricity. Because I visited a project where the solar was very much. But one thing I want to talk to you, I want to commend Dr. Ismail Abaji about is his collaborations.
Solar on that, but as far as having an e-brother that has an associated solar component, I would say stay tuned on that, because our goal with e-brother is really making this process of making it higher, making it easier for everyone, right? And we do understand the situation in Gambia and in certain parts in the region. So it's stuff we're working on. So right now, when you get the unit, you'll have to plug it in, but hopefully soon we'll have other options.
Thank you.
Dr. Salah, proprietor and CEO of Namtora Medical, and also Chairman of the Board of Edward Francis Small. First and foremost, I want to congratulate CAF for yet and other CAF communities. Looking like it's becoming very successful. And I want to congratulate Andy for very brilliant, very lucid presentation so far. I, as a doctor who practiced here for the last 35 years or so, and prior to that, at least a good 15 years in Europe, I have a problem with healthcare delivery in this country. If you look at it, it hasn't changed significantly, I would say, for the past 50 years. And definitely it's about time, and it's fitting and proper that we try to do some innovation to change the narrative. The problem I have is, I mean, we are not short of ideas. Some of the things that you've mentioned, some of us have thought about it, and we try to start with one thing or the other, but you run into stumbling blocks. A, people don't seem to understand what you want or what you're talking about. And secondly, the issue of affordability. For the ignorance, I mean, we need to educate at all levels for people to understand that we can do better. Secondly, you cannot provide adequate and progressive health care without some cost being involved. Everything costs money. And I'm always worried about the very limited spending power in this country. It's basically, I mean, it's largely in the urban area, and at that maybe even just about 10% of the population can afford the kind of health care they need. That brings to the fore, of course, the need to establish a universal health care system underpinned by a solid health insurance scheme, which I think we needed yesterday. So we should, all of us should join forces maybe to push our government to get that established as soon as possible. Then also are the issues of human resource. I mean, all you are saying, a lot of it addresses diagnostics. But when you diagnose, you also have to have the technically capable people to implement the care that is needed. And Gambia is woefully short of qualified people at all levels. And even at that, there's a serious maldistribution. I remember a couple of years ago, the Ministry of Health, we were looking at the availability of midwives. And at that point, there were only 3 active midwives in the entire provinces, while 90% of them were at the university doing BSc courses in nursing. So there was no balance between training needs and healthcare needs, which means that there was very poor coordination between the training institution and the institution charged with the responsibility to deliver healthcare. So there are numerous challenges. I mean, Dr. Ramjai is here. We've worked on postgraduate training for doctors in this country the past couple of years. The program has literally been worked out and costed, but it still cannot kick off the way it's desired because of funding problems. Gambia, like Sierra Leone and Liberia, have been designated as special needs countries by the constituent colleges of the West African Postgraduate Training College, that is the College of Physicians and College of Surgeons. While Liberia and Sierra Leone were able to capitalize on this status and mobilize funding from World Bank, that was administered through WHO. We could have done the same, but we were just too sleepy to do that. And because of that, we are lagging behind. And it's now showing in the results. It came from the College of Physicians meeting recently, while some of those countries that were even behind us before are now graduating doctors at senior level in their numbers. Gambia had only a single candidate who was not even trained here. So we definitely have a long way to go, and we need to be more serious about healthcare issues and delivery. And I have a problem with the Gambia's attitude towards health itself and healthcare delivery. It has to change.
Thank you very much, Dr. Salah. Each doctor is not trained to do everything. So when he speaks to the shortage of doctors, it creates an ecosystem in the Gambia where, and I struggle with this sometimes, where they see Dr. Ismail Abaji and they tell me all their medical problems. And I have to be responsible enough to tell them, no. You go to a general practitioner first to give you an accurate diagnosis,
And then when he starts to try to put you on medications, that's when you come to me as a doctor of pharmacy and I can tell you what to do. But it speaks to the shortage of healthcare professionals that we have, which is also why we have to leverage technology. So now, if there's an ecosystem in the Gambia where there's nurse practitioners in the US, there's nurse practitioners in the UK, who are not ready to make that bold step of coming back home, because it is hard to come back home. That's just the reality. We want people to come back home, but sometimes it takes a level of sacrifice that we don't do it to get a pat on the back, but it's a huge toll on us, on our families. But if you could leverage technology where now, even if a doctor in Sweden wants to sacrifice 10 hours of their week to see Gambian patients, telemedicine allows that opportunity to do that. So we have to be willing to see technology as our friend and not something that will also disrupt the current ecosystem, because we struggle too, right, when we're coming in, it goes back to us as a people. Sometimes instead of collaborating, we want to compete first. In the pharmacy industry, for example, I think it took us 5 years to get established because it took that long. Not because we didn't qualify, not because we didn't want to bring services back home, because there are also systems in place where there's a lot of conflicts of interest in industries that we also have to address head on. As a professional person who has a license in the US to practice, I don't think a pharmacy license should be rented out as a commodity. In the Gambia, that is happening. So if a non-person not trained to handle pharmacy, that's why you can't walk into a Gambian pharmacy and see a pharmacist. And it's difficult if I speak up on it because it puts that bullseye on me. But that's the reality that we have to attack head on, meaning people deserve to see the healthcare professionals who are licensed. They take a Hippocratic oath to take care of humanity. We also have to be in a position to enforce it. That's the only way our health system could be better. We have to create a responsible
system. Thank you very much, Dr. Michael.
Measures do you have in place to protect your patients' personal data in regards to your applications?
Sure, I'll go first. So what we currently do is therapy. So as we go, there isn't any data we collect, given our first product. Going forward, we will be using artificial intelligence where we will be collating data. And because I am based in the UK, we have GDPR, I'm sure you know, so I think I'm sorted. So they have brand rules around data, so you have to, you're fined if you don't follow. And so data shouldn't be an issue for me. I think the main challenges for me would be integrating what I already created in the UK back here in the economy in the Gambia, and just trying to, as Dr. said, explain the benefits of having such advanced technologies in terms of the application, not just in the mental health space, in the pain medicine space, in helping with phobias, in helping with even childbirth. Now there are trials going on where women don't feel pain in VR when they're giving birth to. So that's the power of VR, and that's what I want to bring back in the Gambia.
Thank you very much. I think Dr. Baki in 1 minute.
1 minute. So yes, so the benefit of us being a U.S. company is we built our privacy practices based on the U.S., which is more stringent. So even at our facility, if you come for a screening, you have to sign a consent form. So meaning, even if your husband, you don't give us consent to share your results with your husband cannot have access to your records. That's one aspect of it. There's a level of confidentiality, which is why we're rolling out therapy services for mental health, which is why we do STD testing, because all those records, I feel like we need to get the agency back into the people that it belongs to from a privacy standpoint. And from a cloud-based standpoint, a lot of people are hesitant to go cloud-based because they tell you, what about privacy, what about data? And Malik could attest to that because he runs a cloud-based service. Nobody protects data more than these giant companies like Amazon, Google, right, and the like. So everybody in the room with an email, Yahoo, you're using a cloud-based services. So the data is already protected from that perspective. But patient confidentiality is the bedrock of our practice.
Thank you. Ajara, you have this in 1 minute.
Yes, I'm going to keep it short. Thank you very much. This is a very great platform, and there's a lot of great initiatives that are happening. by Gambians. And I just wanted to add a comment that UNDP has a new initiative, which is all about scaling up initiatives like yours that are homegrown or that are local initiatives, and it's called the UNDP Acceleration Lab. And the whole idea of the Acceleration Lab is to work with local communities to identify what is happening in our local communities. Because there's a lot of local knowledge, there's a lot of local expertise. How do we utilize what people are doing on a day-to-day basis to impact their lives, and how can we scale that up from a development perspective? And it's not focused on like one particular sector. It's identifying a portfolio of solutions that we can all come together, collaborate in moving our development agenda forward. For instance, we launched the lab just in November 2019 in collaboration with the Woman Boss and Point Click. So I just thought this was a good platform, something that we're talking about technology, we're talking about innovation, how we can really work together to ensure that the UNDP is also, coming from its leverage of partners and network. How can we work with all your initiatives that are doing so good right now? So that was what I wanted to add. And tomorrow we have 3D printing hackathon event where we have over 65 participants from local communities coming in. They don't need to know what 3D printing is all about, but that's the whole idea of the event. How can we start engaging the youth at the Disruptive Lab in Fajara?
Thank you, Ayala. This is something that you can take up with.
That's what I'm saying. So just to introduce that so that we can reach out to as many people as possible.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I'm living here in this estate, Taf Africa, and seeing the sea view and the hotel and the breeze of the sea. I would say Alhamdulillah, because apparently I have been staying there for 13, 14 years, going and coming. Now, alhamdulillah, I am back home for good. But let me just say there are many Gambians who want to come back home. They cannot, because you don't have accommodation, you don't have job. So that's all for now. But my question goes to Mr. Ataya. I don't know whether you think about the essence of attire in this country, because attire is a food. Many bodies here, you can bear witness. Every Sunday we go to Bakau and have attire and have lunch and chat. So is your DC machine meant only for diaspora, or have you thought about Gambia itself and the way attire and the consequences? Because people think about $10 if you buy attire. You bring a machine that you have to pay. Don't mislead me. I am very proud of you because I saw this over the net. I was very happy when Gambia made this machine. But my question is mainly, have you think about the consequences of the Gambians who doesn't even have money to buy this attire, and then you bring the machine that they want to
work side. So, and also Malik, whom I also met through LinkedIn. So I have been coming to the Gambia for the last 25 years. So hearing what you guys are talking about today, technology, which is my field, I have worked for AT&T for 16 years and also was the Vice President of Bank of America for a couple of years. So my question goes to Dr. Ismail Abadi. Ismail Abadi. I have seen a lot in this country. And everybody has a role to play. As you guys say, we can't depend on the government to do it for us. We have to do it for ourselves. With that said, our institution, IIT, we are a pure technical institute where 60% of our courses are done hands-on. So the reason why we are discussing this, because today I want to ask you, if you are looking for an employee in your organization or anybody else here, to find an employee that is competent, capable, able to be a billable employee on day one, it is very hard. So what we need is what we call capacity building. We need to educate our folks in technology. And what I meant by that is most of the folks, when you give them the laptop, most of them don't know what to do. It is a fact. I have seen it, I have lived it. So have you find it very difficult to find a really, really talented IT skilled folks? If you want to bring a call center here in the Gambia today, to look for 400 Gambians who can do technical support in system administration or network administration, are we able to find this?
Thank you, Mr. I think the question is clear. Dr. Lagi, again, 1 minute.
Yeah, I think capacity is a challenge with any startup. And what it does is it increases your startup costs because you have to outsource a lot of the labor. But I also tell people when we were starting the company, we did not know that Asutech existed. So they are Gambians who are equally
very insightfully by combating that very, very notion which is very disempowering, like Gambian with them. So Gambian Father, I really support that, and thank you very much for that. It is very and secondly, what intrigues me a lot about the panelists is that it seems like none of you are really IT kind of persons, like you have a background in IT, and then you made all these entrepreneurial ventures which are quite innovative, very creative in IT. So the internal ecosystem, like how you motivate yourselves, because I think for a whole lot of people, they have ideas, but how do they motivate themselves? How do they sort of like engineer the self-belief to go and persist and do what they're supposed to do? So based on your lessons, I just want you to comment on those ones quickly. The second thing which I want to kind of like plead, because ministers are here and others are here, and I think Antoine mentioned it, it's like we have to, technology gives us the opportunity to leapfrog. And it all comes down to education, as a lot of people have sort of implied or mentioned directly. And massive open online courses which are now available online, they intrigue me a lot because these are places where you can go online and do certificate programs, do individual courses and all these kind of things. So when I first started, I was like, wow, this is something for our country. We are struggling with education, we are struggling with affordability and things like that. So I want to know your insight about how we can use technology to make education affordable, to make it accessible, and to make it quality as well. Thank you very much.
Sure, I'll say, well, I go by three things. I call it the 3 L's. It's learning, leveraging, and leveling up. So learning, we're in the day and age now where there can be no excuses. You can go on the internet, get access to courses from Cambridge, Princeton, Harvard, like the most high quality courses for free on Coursera. You can get free courses on coding on Udemy, even Apple, the Swift Key, their program, you can download the app and learn how to program. All these are available for free. So I would say there's this misconception that technology is coding and the back-end software engineering. I've really push people to think beyond that. Technology is so much more than that. It can be UX, so even if coding isn't for you, you can try the front design. Say you're in HR and you love HR, it doesn't mean you need to be in technology. Find a technology company you can work with and see how you can add value to that company. So in terms of leveraging, I would really say use your networks. So that's what really helped me. I built this venture on my own, but I always had a support network around me. So I knew I could go to this mentor and reach out, just be brave. One of the Microsoft CTOs and startups is my mentor. Like never in my mind would I think, oh my God, I'm going to reach out to the CTO, but I did it and we're in touch now. So be brave, I'd say definitely that would be leveraging. Leveraging up is be ambitious. Really, you could be surprised what you can achieve when you really believe in yourself and use your creativity. That's what this session is about. And that happens naturally when you're an entrepreneur. You don't have the funding and you don't have the finance and you don't have the team. I'd say people to just sit still. What I learned in Asia is meditation. It's sitting still, being present, and actually thinking. I think what we do is we seek outside for solutions, but it is within us. We can really achieve what we can achieve, but it takes sitting down, actually thinking, and coming up with solutions.
Sure. So I think you made a reference to IT, the word IT, as in someone that knows IT should now be able to do IT things. But I feel like IT is really broad. I mean, my background is in software engineering, which I think would be considered IT, but it doesn't mean that I can build IT things. For the e-browser, for instance, like I said, the programming is just a small part of it. There's a lot of it that I would have to get experts from elsewhere to help me with that, or go learn the stuff myself. So I want to make a really quick point that if you think about someone that goes through college and gets an engineering degree or whatever it is, At the end of the day, what you realize going through that program is that you actually taught yourself whatever you knew. You would be in class, the professor would give assignments and stuff like that, they'll talk a little bit, but at the end of the day, you find out that everything that you know, you learned yourself. And that I think is what really going through college or getting a formal degree teaches you, how to go learn by yourself. Now, even if you don't have a degree, this is still something you can go do by yourself. You might need a little bit of guidance, but if you're working on a specific project, that's your guidance right there. Everything you need to learn, if you commit to doing this yourself, the resources are there. There's no excuse. Thank you very much.
High school or university, primary school, the only thing most of us are taught is what document and just what document. And we go to university, we find it really, really hard to cope, especially with men. Like a class filled with 99% of males, all lectures are male, you don't have a motivation. It's just a man world. So for a lady, it's really, really hard to cope. Because in my second year, I'm still having problems. I'm having problems facing from coding, from graphics, because I feel like that's not my world. But if instead we had female lecturers, people who we could relate with and mentors, probably the scenario would change. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to congratulate my big brother, my cousin, Mustafa. You are an inspiration to everybody. And I am very happy that you come up with this conference every year. And I was so proud and happy to attend last year and this year. What you're doing to the Gambian community, everybody appreciated it. And we thank you, and we pray to Allah that He guides you and your team. We are very proud of you. I'll also commend the team, the panel. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Neme Eba. I've been living in the US for 16 years now. I have a bachelor's in management, and most of my experience was back home. I was home here for 8 years and I went back. And to just let you guys know that, like I said, I have bachelor's in management, but right now I'm studying IT, because eventually I'm coming back home. My question is for Chanajan. Thank you very much. Gambia High School is so proud of you. And like Mr. Joe said, I also went online. When I see the e-rider, I share it to let people know that we Gambians, we can do it. Like Pepsi, Gambia will go. And we just have to believe in ourselves. So my question for you, Channel, is when is the e-rider coming? Because people are asking me. And almost everybody that knows me say that, Maggie, are you going to buy one for me? I'm in trouble here. Yeah. So the other question is, are we going to have first brother, second brother, and third brother? Because that's what we have with the local brother. And thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We really appreciate you coming here, and we learn a lot from this. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, are we going to have the first, second, and third brother?
Yeah, well, so by the way, we are doing pre-orders right now, so online. Unfortunately, it's just for people in the US and Europe right now, just because of the e-commerce infrastructure is more mature there. But it's open for pre-orders right now, but the units will start becoming available in March, so you'll start seeing them in Gambia in March. And as to your question for first, second, and third, and how long it takes and all of that, the design of eBrada was such that it really just automates whatever it is that you do today to make eBrada manually. So the answer really directly is yes, you can do first, second, and third, just like you do today. It takes about 15 to 20 minutes per. Again, very similar to what you do today. It even does the adding the sugar at a later stage that you do today. So when you think of it, think of the process that you go through today, but being automated by the machine. And thank you so much for your interest and your support.
I was teasing Chairman when I briefed it, but he said sugar. You could also use a sugar substitute as well, because papaya has a lot of high content of sugar. So the type of sugar you could use, you could put a sugar substitute. I just had that responsibility.
Thank you. Finally, we're going to have an intervention by Dr. Twitter, I was told you have an intervention. So we'll just hear from you and then we'll wrap up the session.
Thank you. Not so much intervention, just more of a comment. I'd like to congratulate the three on the panel for what they've done. Because I think what they do really embodies what we need as a country to move forward. Because as a country, we're very good at being naysayers. We're very quick to say it won't work, or an idea is not going to go anywhere. And what these three have done has shown that if you believe in what you want to do, you can make it happen. Knowing some of them personally, I know what they've gone through to be able to get to where they got through. And for some, it hasn't been easy. So it's just persevering, having that zeal, and believing in what it is that you're creating. It's about, as Dr. Badi has said, thinking to the future. We have to think about where we want to be and then find a way to get there, come with solutions. It's very easy to be comfortable and sit where we are, but as the famous quote says, if you keep on doing what you keep on doing the same thing and expect different results, that's the definition of folly. And unfortunately, we seem to like doing that, staying in our position, staying in our lane, doing the same thing. If we want to improve, if we want to be better, we have to think outside the box and find a way to get there and make it happen. And I think all three of you have done that. I'm not going to go too much to the health side. My other colleagues have done that enough. Even with the Ibrada, with the sugars we've been talking about, I'm one of those who would even advocate for a higher tax to put in towards our national health insurance. However, it's the concept. It's having something that you do every day and saying, how can I make this better? How can I make this easier for myself and for people around me? There's a lot of things that we do every day, and we could probably make them better, make them less stressful, make them more efficient, but there's always something holding us back. As I say, you three have shown that if you break those shackles of those things holding us back, you can produce great things.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Marina, for the intervention. Thank you very much to Mr. Akai. Thank you, Keba, and of course, thank you, Mr. Can we give these incredible people a big round of applause? This has been a very good session. Personally, I have learned a lot, and I'm sure the audience, also did the same. Just two takeaways, brief ones from me during the session. The first one is looking at the stories and the humble beginnings of each and every one of you. One thing that I have learned is tough times never last, but tough people do. And you guys have manifested that here today. And most importantly, when you go out in certain Gambian societies or certain programs, they tell you, think outside of the box. But what you guys have shown here today is, don't think outside of the box. Get rid of that box, and you'll be able, to attain your lifetime. So thank you very much, and we wish you the very best with regards to the rest of the deliberations. It was a pleasure moderating this one. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to our wonderful speakers. We applaud them a lot. It takes a lot of courage and confidence to be able to come back home to do exactly what they've been doing, solving the underlying issues while leveraging technology. So thank you to our speakers. I always ever wanted to be able to compete with the boys in my class. And each time I foot raced them, I won every time at recess. Because of my muscular frame, they called me names, and for the way I ever wanted to be feminine. I started wearing skirts and dresses, and in middle school they shifted me like racist. The weed on my mind only grew and grew until I became a mixed drink cocktail or an attire breed. With one part of me, loneliness was ensued. I thought the definition of a feminine began with the word frail. No one ever realizes how greatly words affect us as we sail, how simple nicknames can turn a pretty girl into a skeleton in a male. At that instant, I became a girl of substance. Even you could see my ribcage through my t-shirt, and my spinal cord protruded loudly through my withered skin as if my bones were dirty, knives or thin. I became the girl that was never enough. Not good enough to speak poetry, not good enough to lay paint on a canvas, not print to perfection, not undeniably straight, not smart enough or fun enough. I became the girl that was never enough. I never told my father, for he too thought I wasn't enough. I only ever wanted to be strong, and as a child I was told that strength was something only a man possesses. But as I grew older, I realized that strength is nothingness, that it's not about weakness, but the ability to overcome social anxiousness. It's about being able to lift a lifetime of baggage on your broken back like a luggage. So we will always be enough. Enough for the ones that shunned us, enough for the ones that caused us, hurt us, destroyed us, beat us when we were in bruises. Because you see, bruises fade, and the scars on our flesh are only stories. Stories we will overcome. When I was a child, I always, ever wanted to be strong. Thank you all. Amazing initiatives geared towards empowering young people and developing their capacities, because we'll eventually take over the mantle of leadership if we haven't started already. So it's important that we have the requisite knowledge and skills that will enable us to do this effectively. So ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together as I welcome Mr. Mustafa Njai to give us a statement on the inspiration behind Taf.
Invite Madam Aisha Njai and my able pastor, Pastor Fox. Okay, we go. Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody. When it's my turn, I am a bit informal. It's because of my background. I mean, I was raised up in Banjul, and part of the new perseverance group. I wonder if they're still here, any of them here. All we do is we argue, we disrupt. And that's probably what is now being formalized called the disruptive lab. And that's who we are. I mean, if I were to call out some of the names there, you have the Mbai Blessed Giants, the Babukat Sars, the Keba Turekes, Mams, so, he was going with our younger brother, but he will pass by. So, I am taking over now, but a little bit informal, and I love my stories. So you hear a lot of stories, while I deliver this. Now let's talk about the TAFLA, the Taf Africa Leadership Academy. It's one of the initiatives that we have taken as I go through the last quarter of life. How many of you had heard about my belief on the 4 quarters of life? I've said it over and over and over again, but it's always good to repeat it. I mean, I have a very innovative mind, and I think about life, and when I thought about life, I came up with this to say that, look, life is made up of 4 quarters. Because at the age of 80, you're not part of the equation anymore. Is anybody at 80 here? Dr. Probably you're the only one. Are you 80 yet? Almost. So you see, we only have one person, Dr. Quran, who's 80, and you are here for a special purpose, because Mansata is around. Isn't it? So you see, this is the reality. Let's just face the reality. At this age, you are no longer part of the equation. So then I peg life at 80. Anything will be extra. So the first quarter is between 0 and 20. 0 and 20, everything you do in your life, they do it for you. Let's think about it. You're going to school, when you were born, and then your parents, your guardians look after you. So you hardly do anything for yourself. Then let's move fast to the second quarter. The second quarter is between 20 and 40. And that's when you start, you start life. You finish up uni, you get married, you start a business, you start work, you know, you're just beginning life. You start making kids and so on. But success never strikes in that quarter. Very few who are extremely lucky, like the Bill Gates and others, you know, can, but that's not the norm. Then the third quarter is between 40 and 60. And that's what I call the break or make it quarter. That's where actually success comes in. I mean, just think about it, the people you know. That's the norm. But now, what happens after the third quarter? Between 60 and 80. And I'm 62, mashallah. So when I reached 60, I thought, now, what do you do in this quarter? This quarter is about leaving a legacy. So I decided, you know, after a good thought about it, that look, I want to leave a legacy. But leaving a legacy without being a forefront in politics. Because the norm in Africa is that after money, it's power. After power, it's money. You see, these two reverse, or both. You know, people always, when they make so much money, that's what next people think about. Oh, I have to get the power. But you have to control it, to protect your money. The other way is when you have power, when they give you power, instead of working for the people, you start amassing wealth. So I decide not to, and I think that's who I am. I like the freestyle. When Mabuso is shaking his hand, Mabuso, by the way, this guy with the white beard, it's my friend for about 30 years. And I'll tell you about him also. He's also retired, and you know what his passion is? Music. He plays the guitar, and that's why I went to open mic 2 Saturdays ago. I was at open mic. So anyway, so again, that's my personality, and quite a number of times, as we know in this country today, anybody may think that you are successful, you know, we try to get you into politics. So I discuss it openly, and in the media, and the powers that are, that man, not much. I'm not part of it. For my those who are in, who don't speak Wolof, I get this over and over and over again. People come and interview me. Why don't you go and throw your hat into the ring? But that's not me. But I can make a difference. And that's what I want these young ones to understand. And a good example today, you know who the good example is? Usain Bolt. He was the best sprinter, breaking all the records. But what happened? What did he do? He went to play soccer. Had he made any name in it? No. So we must capitalize on our God-given talents. I am an entrepreneur, that's what I know. And I will do everything possible, as you said, to break the glass ceiling, you know, heading to the seventh sky. And that's what I do. So therefore, after reaching 60, wanting to leave a legacy, I thought, look, I need to give back. And, you know, whatever the youth are going through, I've gone through it. We all went through it. So now, how can I use my 45 years experience? This year, I have worked for 45 years. I'm celebrating 30 in business, but I've worked for 45 years. So I would like to share my experience. These kids, they need it. Because some of them, they go astray out of ignorance. They've never had the opportunity to be brought up with key values of life. So I chose leadership. Because today in Africa, the problem we have, we must face it, is leadership. In all aspects, religion, social, politics, business, it's all in one word, leadership. Now, being progressive, I thought, look, let's now set up this leadership academy. Fully funded through our foundation, amongst a lot of initiatives that we have. So now, on the Leadership Academy, we identified 7 different subjects, and I will call it out. One was futuristic vision, and again, we identified eminent Gambians that had key competence in these subjects. So we identified futuristic vision, and my brother Muhammad Jagana is here, and you rise and probably take the front seat here. He gave a lecture unfuturistic vision. Then we had Aida Drame, she was here, but I think she's gone back, who gave a lecture on honesty. Then we have my dear sister, Naya Sibijai, that gave a lecture on accountability. We had Oli Dibawada, who gave a lecture on empathy. Madam Lucifai gave a lecture on confidence. Malik Khan gave a lecture on innovation. And then our Mary, of course, they go together, gave a lecture on empowerment. Sola Mahoney, Sola I think also, Sola can you rise? And Sola gave a lecture on good communication. Decision making was lectured by Aki Allen. I'm not sure Aki is here. Mr. Aki Allen of Gambian Electrical. Then Ami Bensouda gave a lecture on integrity. Fatou Jai Senghor gave a lecture on commitment. And on passion, I gave the lecture, my humble self. So again, probably let me just reiterate the issue about passion. That whatever I'm doing, because I do have quite a lot of questions on these things that I do. And that's the country we're living in. Some people are hardcore believers that I have an agenda. They cannot understand that we spend this amount of money, time, and energy just for nothing. But it's my passion. It's something that I just love, I just like it. And people don't understand this. They think that everything you have in life, you do in life, you must have something out of it. And what I derive out of it is pleasure. As simple as that. When you see my friends here, I've got some friends, highly net worth, big boys, huh? When you say big boys, they are big boys who are here, very discreet because we share certain values. Some are flying in. One of my friends only roams around with private jet. I beg you, please don't come. Because you bring me noise here. They don't behave like this is like the Nigerian angle. I'll give you the story. I walked into one of my bankers in Lagos. You know, and he tried to convince me to finance me to get a PJ. You know what a PJ is, you know? Private jet. I said, oh, please. I am half-die born. We don't know those things, please. Can you imagine having a PJ and come landing it in Bangalore? I cannot understand. I mean, that's not me. Because what I do is when I get up in the morning, you don't know this. I have people that I really align with. On the beach, I connect with those big boys. I jog every day. I jog and walk every day, 10 kilometers every day in the morning. And when I do, there are boys on the beach there. Once we went up, Mams, remember, I saw you on the beach also. You know, so I don't buy bottles of water. These rascals and dreads, they call me all sorts of names. You know, and then they give me a bottle of water. Hey, Uncle Taf, you should come here. I call this place, I'm going to call it Taf Africa. You know, people are so hospitable in this country. So for me, when I'm on the beach jogging, I enjoy it. When it's low tide, you know, I go all the way to Tangier and then come back. And these are the things I enjoy. I have another thing that I enjoy, the Mabuga Gamo. My Gamo Kala. And you know this by me, I mean, what is my passion? General, you know I go to Ndara every year. The Mabuga Gamo Gibendara. You know, Mama passing. And this is the thing, who said, I told him, no, I'm the president of the Ibuseka fan club. But we must learn, basically the reason why I'm telling you these things, we must try to identify what our passion is and we enjoy it. These kids that we are bringing up today, that's what we want us to do. Identify your core competence. Identify what you want. What do you love? What do you want to do? And then develop yourself based on that. Not because you want to be identified as the creme de la creme or whatever. But what do you enjoy? I enjoy cutting. You remember, I enjoyed carpentry. That was my passion, and that's what brought me here. You should do. who I am in love with. You know, I don't know, you followed him on his interview recently, what he did, you know, with his new releases. He was actually pointing out what he has achieved through music. You should not start as a dropout. He came to Banjul here, he said it, he was sleeping around everywhere. Today he's a big boy influencing world politics. We saw him in the White House with Bush. We saw him with Chirac. He is not at this level who we think he is, not only the mic, but he's influencing in politics. So therefore, you can. You can. So these kids here, we have now given them this lecture. I don't want to take over all the show. You know, just to highlight some of the things that have happened, you will see them when they stand up. I think you should just stand up. Let the fellows stand up. These are the Taf Africa fellows. 50 of them, they will come up and receive their certificates. Okay, you can sit down now. There's a commander. It happened actually when I went to Tendaba about 2 years ago. They invited me as a guest speaker. And I was sitting on the podium and just looking at them. And what came into my mind was Gambia's assets. These are the guys, they are us, not us. We are done, we are going, whether we like it or not. But then somebody asked about the 3 things that you should ask for. You know, I asked myself, what can I do about them? We should always do that. People seem to be so much, you know, entitled. Oh, he didn't do this for me. But what have you done yourself? So first question was, what can I do? And this is how it came about. You know, out of them actually, if you look at their outfit, the outfit was done by one of them. It was done by Usman Janga. The male outfit, Usman, you can see Usman designed this. And it's one of them. And the female was also done by one of them, who is Mam Korudaro. So you see, so we have talents. And now let me also, whilst on design, just again applaud Yaus Konate for designing the ladies. You see all the ladies' jackets that we have, with the same, those ones there were done by Yaus. And then is Os here? Oh yeah, Os at the back. You saw me my tight-fitted jacket yesterday. He's the one who did it. So well, don't look at it. So we need to applaud and just encourage these young ones. So this is all about the Taf Africa Leadership Academy. These 50 are going to graduate today. We opened up for applications, and guess what? By November we had to close it out because we had 600 applicants. We would like to now probably move the area because in our office we have a space that can only accommodate about 50. We are looking at a bigger venue and that we have to do more because there is demand. So basically this is it. These are the young ones that I also had the challenge. Let me make like so you can enjoy the 6-pack challenge. How good am I doing now? I want to be 6-pack, so but it's too expensive for me. I go around the world trying to, you know, work my way, go to spa treatments, you know, do everything possible. But at 63, it's tough. But I'm still determined, huh? So let's postpone the decision till next year. So on that note, on a softer note, I don't want to take you to show Pastor. Pastor, don't need any introduction. By the way, I'm one of his church members. I contribute in his story. Because he's my younger brother in Methodist Prep, so I am obliged to contribute. That's who Gambia, as Gambians. So Pastor, let me not take you a show. Come here, we know what you do best and you're going to do it. Excellent. So ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Pastor Francis Fox.
He sounded like a pastor. And maybe I should make him one too. Good afternoon to you all, and let me assume all the standing protocols. But certainly to mention the presence of the Honorable Minister of Finance, our own ICC Chief Prosecutor. A couple of years ago, I traveled through Nairobi International Airport, and when the immigration took my passport, they said Gambia. I said yes. And then I said Fatu Bombensuda. They said yes, she gives us a lot of trouble. Thank you, ma'am. And for those of you who don't know her, we who know her, her name is Bom. And all the diplomats, my respects to you all. Thank you so much, Taf, and the lecturers of TAFLA. And from what I observed yesterday, I also want to thank Mrs. Tafujai, because here she must be put in the picture. And to those of you graduating, congratulations to you all. After 1 year of hard work, for your commitment, for your patience, for your consistency, and for your trust. And I emphasize those four because whenever you are chosen to be part of something that's starting, especially when it doesn't have a precedent, you're really not sure what you're going to get, and you feel you're going to be made guinea pigs. But you have a very cherished place in TAFLA because from maybe about 30, 40 of you, it's now exponentially growing to 600, and God knows what 2021 will bring, maybe thousands. And you would always be able to beat your chest to say you were the first. But one of the reasons why I believe you trusted to join TAFLA and why you were brought on board was because of the person behind it, and that's Mr. Mustafa Njai Taf, because of his name, because of his character, because of his integrity, and because of his ability to deliver. And so you were not really bothered whether it was a scam. You will come at 10 and he will show up at 11:30, the lecturers will go and drink. Okay, it's being promoted, so let me not talk about it. Lest the brother man gets upset with me. But the things which seem to be normative in our national life that tend to slow the progress we all so much desire, which progress is a possibility because we see Gambians being celebrated around the world. From Botswana to the Bahamas, from Singapore to all the nations of the world that I've traveled as a preacher, I always find Gambians. And I keep asking them, what are you doing here? You are fixing other places, whereas it looks like our place is not being fixed. Like somebody once said that a Gambian man married a non-Gambian woman that lived abroad for a long time, and she met through him many astute, erudite Gambians, and she was so enthralled at her first visit to the Gambia, and she saw the Gambia then, I don't know which Gambia it was, and she turned to her dear husband and said, why is it that the Gambians that I've met are so advanced, that they are more advanced than their country? And so Taf, as we can see, has brought up this vision, and the vision in my heart finds a place in a scripture verse in the Bible, which I'll read. It says, a good name is better than precious ointment. Precious ointment is great, it's fantastic, it can cost $10,000, but it will expire. But a good name is generational and transgenerational, and that is why I believe you trusted in Taf. What is leadership? Leadership assumes you know where you are heading. Leadership assumes you know where you are going to, you have what it takes, and that people are going to follow you because you are visionary and you want to wreck their lives and dash their hopes. That's leadership. And so if you call yourself a leader, after some time in your life, you have to physically turn behind, and if there's nobody following you, you're just taking a long walk. You're not a leader. It means there are some qualitative characteristics put in you by mentorship, by apprenticeship, by tutorship, by learning, and the amount of determination and discipline you have in your life to become somebody. It's a joy to celebrate everybody on this high table. And one of the things that I want to say to you quickly, lest I forget, is beyond the achievement of all these Gambian experts and the lecturers who lectured you, and because of who they are, we celebrate them. And for me, the key qualitative characteristic which I see in Taf is humility. It's humility. You walk into his office, it's a glass building. There are no layers of secretaries to see. If they like you, you'll see him. If they don't like you, they'll tell you he's at a board meeting, but he's watching football on TV. They won't do that. But he's open. And maybe that's his personality, but it's a winning formula. I remember many years ago, I was walking down the UN Plaza with my wife, and this big American, it must have been an Escalade or something, packed, and this woman stepped out, and it was Mrs. Bensouda. And we were just like 20 feet behind her. I just said, boom, and she turned. And she said, Francis, and she hugged me. I mean, I could see through the eyes of the security that he wanted to pick me up, maybe spare my wife, and throw me away. But it's humility. And that humility is also indicative. Yesterday, I sat here. I sat at that last chair where the cameraman is. Next to me was Uncle Oko Drame. Next to him was Imam Babali. Now, I had so many other things to do yesterday, so I had to leave. And when I was leaving, I turned to Uncle Oko, I said, please, I need to go. And I turned to Baba, we exchanged pleasantries. And when I walked out there, I heard, and I watched through the screen, that the Taf icon was Oko. He never told me, boy, Morgan, they are about to give me something. See it, manga. He didn't have that attitude. The humility in his life. I am so sorry I have to leave Uncle Oko, but I'll see you. Congratulations. I think we really need to honor him. But that's the quality you need to have. Last year in the startups, I think a lady with the Islamic headgear won. And I think this year the Moringa man won. Am I right? It would be strange for either of them to say, boy, $1 million. Because one, if that money is being taxed, you're not a millionaire. And I think it is. And even if it's not being taxed, by the time you start using that money, you discover that it's not yours. So humility is key in leadership. I have pastored for 32 years now, and people, when they hear that, they feel that's not true. It's true because I'm 55. I've pastored for 32 years, and I know people who have become pastors because of me, and that scares me. What if I fail? I know people who have asked me, what should I study? I know a lady who walked into my office when she was in high school to report her mother, and told me, drive me to my mother's house and tell my mother this is what I'm going to study. That's a huge responsibility, but it's leadership. It's the weight of leadership. So it means that there are certain prerequisites that you will have to develop over and beyond what you have been lectured so well in now, for us to be able to weigh and judge that what you were taught, you actually internalize it. Number one is the principle of self-government and self-control. I know somebody who I tried to help many years ago. The person said they wanted to do business. I gave them a business to do. And after some time, I had to say to the person, you are not business material. Because the person was not self-motivated. And it's not really bad. There are some people who can work within systems that already have a governance structure. So you go to work, you clock, you go on break, you pray, you do what you do, and you close. But once you say, I am chesting out for myself, then you have to have the internal mechanism to wake up on time, the internal mechanism to weigh whatever you get as income in your business, and to be able to delineate what is what I call seed and what is called fruit. So if your first business after this graduation is $100,000 seed, all of it is not for you to eat. It is not fruit. Part of it, and maybe a larger portion, possibly because you have loans to pay, is going to be seed. And when you sow that seed and plow it back into the business, you develop a dynamic of continuity for your business to expand. So you don't buy a car because it's a liability, and then don't marry now. Or marry again now. And ladies, wait. All the jewels in Dubai will all be there. Have self-government. Be self-motivated. Be patient. Don't eat in the morning what you must eat in the night. Or don't sacrifice on the altar of the now and the precious and the pleasures of today, the long-term gains. When I started Abiding Word Ministries, November 5th, 1988, last century, I walked into an office staff. I won't mention the office. I needed something, and it's bad enough when people look down upon you in a condescending manner. It's worse when they are sitting behind their desk and then they do their glasses like that. He looked at me and he said, "Are you not Forbes?" I said, "Yes. By the way, the surname is Forbes. Francis is the first name, so they got it the wrong way. That's fine. I am Francis Forbes, not Forbes Francis." And he just said, "What do you think you'll ever do in this country? Why don't you get a job? Blah, 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 blah." You know, I wasn't bothered. And you must not be bothered, because what is priority, preeminent, and prominent, and non-negotiable for you is going to be optional for everybody else. There are people invited here who did not come. It's not their priority. But for some of us, it is a priority. So if you open your shop and you say, "Boy, advertise now, why can you?" It doesn't matter. One fine day, like the bamboo shoot, you will shoot up tall and you'll have more businesses that you can manage. But you have to plan now, prepare now, organize yourself now, because that day is going to come. You need discipline. I introduced my pastor last November as we celebrated our 31st church anniversary, Dr. Mensa Udobin from Ghana. And he's taught me things that cannot feel the 10 fingers. And one of them was, he told me, whatever you do, always start on time. When you start on time, you're going to attract serious people. And I have serious people. So for you graduates, start on time. Open your shop. Don't advertise something at 8 and then you appear at 10:30. And then you have a fatalistic mindset that if God wanted me to buy from you, I will buy from you. No. Then don't say 8 a.m. Say as God wills. Another thing you must learn as graduates is to compartmentalize your life. You can imagine all the things staff does, all the things Auntie Jai does, all the things Mrs. Bensura does, all the things the Minister of Finance does, all the things UNDP and everybody does, the things I do. Television, radio, speaking here. I have my speaking academy. I travel 8, 7, 9 times in the year in different. I am a husband, I am a father, I am a head pastor. There are many things you do. The answer to it for you is a word, and I hope it's not too big for you. It's called compartmentalization. You have to have compartments in your mind. So when the telenovela is on TV, tell yourself that these people have already made their money. The longer I watch them, the more money they make, the broker I become. So record it and leave it, and do your own telenovela so somebody else can watch it. Last year or so, somebody died called Prince. And my sisters and my wife were, "You don't know who Prince is?" Prince, yes. I asked them, "Does he know me?" Does he know me? And in his death, he made more money than I have now that I'm alive. So compartmentalize your life. We each have 24 hours a day. Let me tell you that when you start your business, you're going to get to a critical juncture. And let me say this to you all. Everybody can go straight. The winners are the people who know how to take the turns. Because when you take a turn, it's a transition point in your life that can be a make or a break. So let me leave you with a concept that's called leading while you are bleeding. Only leaders can do that. You are leading, you are helping people, you are financing people, but you are broke. Sometimes we are preaching, but we are sick. And we are sweating and people think that he's a good preacher. It's malaria breaking out of our body. So you must learn to lead, graduates, while you are bleeding. Sometimes you have no money. So when we started our church, even glasses to drink were from my mother's house. But it's a different story today. There is this captain of a ship, the story is told about him, and I hope you can relate to this. Whenever his ship was in the waters and he saw a pirate ship coming, he would call his soldiers and say to them, "Bring me my red shirt." Because in his mind, as he fought with these pirates and they hurt him, the color of his blood, which is supposed to be red, will merge with the color of his shirt, so that his sailors will not be afraid and see that they have wounded their captain. Every time the pirate ships came, he called for his red shirt. Until a day, 10 pirate ships came. Then he called for his brown trousers. I hope that hasn't flown over your head. Guardians, I believe you've moved from skill, from talent to skill. You have been skilled. And that bridge has not closed. It's a continual mentorship process. When I said to somebody last year that my pastor is coming, he turned to me and said, "You have a pastor?" I said, "Yes, I do." Remember many years ago preaching in Baltimore, and the bishop said to me, "You have a pastor?" I said, "Yes." He said, "He better be damn good." And I said, "Well, I am the smoke, but he's the fire." Continue the mentorship. Never arrive. Mentorship's success is a function of your level of determination and some things you've given yourself as non-negotiable things. Ladies and gentlemen, I walked here with this, and maybe everybody thinks I have gifts for the graduates. I don't. But I have a lesson. These are wristbands. These are wristbands. These are wristbands. These are wristbands. Okay, I'll take my phones. And all these are wristbands. Every year in our church, we have a theme for the churches here, and we print these wristbands in the US. And here they are 1 year. Doc, can you help me? Can you look at this? What does it say?
Manifested purpose.
Are you sure?
Manifested purpose.
Look at the second word carefully after manifested.
Poros.
It says poros. We bought and printed all these in the US for the church just to find out that we made a mistake. For you, don't ever go telling people back Nani, Niko manage, or Niko Tibex. You add BBC go. For those of you who don't understand, I'm saying don't ever go anywhere and tell them we'll manage with it, we'll Tibex it or put the Chinese cap and put a P. Here they are, 700. Cost us a lot of money. But in our thinking of excellence and qualitative service delivery, if it's not good for me, it is not good for you. We are not sending this to the children in the village who might want it and say, let's turn it inside out. Some of them glow in the night. But I've kept this, and every time I have an opportunity to talk about this, I bring them up. You're looking at $750. So we had to print them all again and put the P. You want leadership, you want to be proud graduates and alumni and associates of Taf with the quality that he carries, with his family name, with the integrity that attracts this cadre and level of people. You have to have a non-negotiable, excellent service delivery. Ladies and gentlemen, if people come to your restaurant and they say there is a little hair, lady's hair on the food, don't start arguing and fighting. You put it there, you don't put it there, you don't have the money, you can't pay me. No. While you are doing that, you may find that all the other people sitting there just get up and leave. Is it worth your fighting for one strand of hair at the expense of your reputation? Especially now that we have TripAdvisor. So here they are. We will never use them. Are you ready to pay that price? If you're in construction, you never know how great a Gambian building is until you want to lay carpets. They never fit at the corner. Because you tell them 92.5, they do 92, and they say back nani. Can you call this? But your business, your hand, you know. But the joy today is just listening to the different interfaces, and you become the people who will help. We have things working for us in this country. I remember the first time I announced that the university was going to be built, I was excited. Yes, we had apprehensions as to its possibility. The reason I was not apprehensive and excited was that I felt we were going to stop hearing this phrase, or the foreigners are taking our jobs. Because we'll also be taught critical thinking with an analytical mind and get to Taf and be lectured with people whose lectures are worth credits in universities. So you get a good diploma. And so you see interfaces, people who have been Bank of America vice presidents, people who have done major things, they have come here. They are you, and you are they, if you choose to do what they need. That's a story about a man whose son wanted to play basketball, but he was short. The basketball hoop was about 3.5 meters, and every time he tried to throw the ball, it wouldn't go. And he was frustrated. His father told him, "Don't worry, son, one day you'll get it." After many months, he runs into the house and says, "Daddy, I've done it, come and see." And he's shooting. And his donkey, because he caught the pole short to his height. Many years ago, that was called affirmative action. It's not going to help you. You have to rise up to the bar. You have to be determined that nobody's going to give me a free meal. These lectures you've gotten from these people, listen to them over and over again. 10 years down the line, let us hear that Mr. Sholamani was buying something and he was told it's all paid for. I said, "Who?" He said, "Sir, you won't remember me, but you lectured me at Taf. Do them proud. Do the institution proud." As I wrap up, let me say that please go out and show Gambia and the world what you are made of. You've been given toolboxes and a roadmap. It's all in your hands. People celebrate me almost everywhere I go. It's 32 years. Ups and downs, failures, betrayals, my own mistakes. But keep the end in your mind. You cannot get it all overnight. And unlike Taf, and excuse me to say that, you are not going to be made in another country. A lot of our Gambian stars, excuse the word, were made out. He was thrown out from his country and landed in Nigeria. Incidentally, that's where I went to university. And I like to say this because it was a shock for me. We flew together from Banjul, got into Lagos, I checked into the hotel, he did what he was doing, and he called me and said, "Pastor, our flight has been cancelled. We're taking another flight." He actually bought my ticket. I've been trying to pay him since he has refused. And I like it. He's my member. So we flew together to Port Harcourt. I was being picked by the church, inviting me. He had everybody picking him up. Then he said, "Pastor, come and see our place. Come and pray for us." So I think one afternoon he sent his car. I went there and we were walking on the streets. He was on the left, I was on the right, like his financier. And there were two armed Nigerian mobile policemen. And I turned to him and I said, "Can you imagine 2 Gambians being guarded by Nigerian military. He was thrown out, but his vision did not die, and he came back, and it's a global celebration by all means. You are next. You are next. You are next. And the 600 of you that are coming, you are next. But you have to do what he did. Be resolute, because I believe you found your purpose, your vocation, and in spiritual terms, maybe your calling. Be committed. Keep a learning heart. And please be normal, like Taf said. Be normal. If I had walked in here with my religious garb, some of you, chances are you'd be afraid. And so people ask me, so why are you like that? Just be normal. You open your enterprise, I know you have a car, CEO, MDE, plenipotentiary, extraordinary. No, just put your name. And let me teach you something, brothers, because when you put certain abilities in your card, you limit yourself to what people will want you to do. So if my business card tells you Pastor Forbes or Francis Forbes pastor, and I give it to Mr. Woolabach, you say, oh no, he's a pastor. But I do many things, and I do them well. So you just have Francis Forbes underneath anything you want. Ladies and gentlemen, as I end this afternoon, as you may have heard people say before, when you are actualizing your vision, graduates, go for the best. Take a spaceship if you can afford it. If you can't afford it, go for one of the PJs. If you can't afford it, fly commercial. If you can't afford it, use a helicopter. If you can't afford the helicopter towards your end goal, take a car. If the car cannot take you, take a motorbike. If the motorbike cannot take you, take a bicycle. If the bicycle cannot take you, take your legs. If your legs fail you, crawl. If you crawl, die. As long as you die in the direction of your vision, so they will write on your tombstone, he tried dying, she tried dying. As a graduate,
that are around to hand over these certificates. Can I please call on the Minister of Finance and Economic Affairs to please come up and give out, the first 4 or 5 certificates. I like people putting people on the spot. Yeah, you're my young brother, that's true, but today you have a big portfolio. So if you stand there, we'll call them up now. Can we have Mahmoud Jouf come up? Great, and then after him is Gore Bijalo. Let's have also Lamin Barrow. And Abdul Karim Baji. That's Abdul Karim Baji, huh? Okay, Honorable Minister, I will let you go now, because I know you're on leave. Actually, he's on leave, and he had to be here. So thanks for coming. Now, can I also please have Madam Bensula, please, to give us the honor to hand out the next sets of certificates. Mam Kodu Dabo, let's have Mam Kodu. By the way, Mam Kodu designed these outfits. Then Ibrahima Y. Jallo. Ibrahima Y. Jallo. Then Lalo Bajo. And then Usman Jangha. Usman. That's Usman Jangha, yeah. Okay, thank you so much, Madam President. Can we have Shola Joyner, please, to come out? Shola said Mahoney. I always confuse Mahoney and Joyner. Sorry about that. Because Shola is one of the lecturers that delivered a lecture to the graduates. So please, we stand at this. He was the honor of handing out these graduates. This certificate, sorry. Where was I? I think Usman, huh? Jesse J. Da Costa. Then Veronique Malik. Veronique Malik. That's Veronique. Then Mustafa Sonko. Yusuf Ambu. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Can you have Mohammed Jagana, my brother and friend? Jagana delivered the first lecture. It was on futuristic vision. I don't know why I always confused by forensic. I don't know why. Futuristic vision. And after Yusuf Ambu, we have Aminata Silla. Then Binta Silla, Sala Soy, Binta Sala. Then Rohi Fofana. And then Aisa Tuketa. Is it better? Okay. All right. I said, okay, that's done, huh? Okay, so thank you very much. Thank you, Jagana. You know, I told you I have some friends who have traveled, you know, far just to come and join us. So, Mabuso, please, do us an honor. Because these people have been with us since yesterday and they intend to stay up to Friday or Saturday. I know you are a retiree, but we are honored to have you here. So let's have, after Aissatou Keita, Aminata Jaite. Then Lamin Saho. Aliou Diallo. Thank you, Mabuso. Mabuso, I told you, he's my long-term friend. He's my partner in everything, in crime and everything. I will not spill the beans, don't worry. Huh? So let's also have Nabu myself. Nabu Fall. Madame Nabu Fall is from Cote d'Ivoire. So you can see we're very Pan-African. And Nabu will do us the honor to come and hand over these certificates. The last one was Lamin Saho, so I'm confused. Ali Diallo. Now the champions. Mohammed Kani. Yeah, Imam. See, they were clapping. He's my Imam. He leads us in prayers when we're there, when we're doing the program. And Ibrahim El Damfa. And Omar Sisse. Thank you so much. Thank you, Nabu. Thank you so much. Can I have also General Iba Gabarjo, please? Come to us and honor. Iba also traveled from Dakar to join us in these celebrations. So Aissatou M. Bokum. Mansour Sen. Thank you so much. Thank you, General. Thank you. Can we have Alpha Barry to join us? Alpha, somebody mentioned about Alpha yesterday, and I won't spill the beans. Sorry, I have to. My brotherhood and Alpha, I'm the bad cop and he's the good cop. But we go a very long way, and I have to say this. Actually, all of my businesses, you will see, we had a brochure that we're making. Alpha is the director. I mean, anything that I have in mind, I've got the disruptive entrepreneurial mind. So I go to him and just throw it to him. Anybody who knows Alpha, Alpha is very calm. Me, I am up and down the hill. So he tries to convince me at times to slow down, and I would insist. Then he would tell me, okay, man. So at times I'll come back, and we always done things together for a very long time. I think it has been said, and I think Alpha as a brother, I'm not embarrassing you, but in this country today, there are a lot of waves being created. He's discreetly behind it and in a very positive way. So let us give an applause to this great man, Alpha. So Alpha, I'm sorry about this. I know you like being discreet and quiet, but we just have to say it. Thank you. So for the CC, for the CC. For the bio. Malik Mbalo. And Modlamin Sisi. Thank you, Alpha. Thank you so much. Now let's have, is Mansour around? Mansour Sambo? Mansour? Mansour, come on please. Mansour is my cousin and my big brother. In the Sambian and the Fayen and the big clan, today he's a Khalifa. And Mansour also came over with his wife, Anambai. They also drove from Qatar to join us. So we'll give him the honor to hand over, these certificates. Musa Baji. Babukar Mboj. Item 5. And Sir Sadibu Simon. Thank you so much. Thank you. Merci, Marcel. And now, can I have also myself, Isata, do us a favor and an honor. You see, this is the UNDP restaurant. I need to go down to like restaurant, huh? Yeah, UNDP restaurant, Isata. But you will notice that she's been here for all these 2 days, and you know how busy they are. Yeah. So she's really committed, to our cause. So Isata will say a big thank you. So let's have Ibrahim Jobate to come up. John Mendy. And Fatumata Dabo. Thank you, Asada. Merci. When you have somebody who's giving money to your business, you have to do something to please him. So Andrew, we signed the MOU yesterday, and you should bring the money for our business. So can you do us the honor to hand out these certificates, please? Andrew Chifonda, he's the MD of Shelter Africa. By the way, Andrew was supposed to leave this morning, and then A-Sky had a technical, and so that's why he's back here with us. But you know what, I tried to convince him that, look, you need to stay for Thursday, and he gave me all the excuses. But you see, man proposes, and then God disposes. That's why you're here with us. So let's have Fatoumata Kamara, please. Our guy. Abdullah Singate. night across the ferry just to be here. Actually, he was supposed to be in Canada by now, but he did everything possible to be here. So can I ask Gora, Sec, please, to come and join us and hand out these certificates. Gora is one of my long-term friends. We go back some maybe 20-something years ago. But one thing that bonds us together, very strong now, we know we all the time was, you know, the Joko. So Gora will do us the honor to hand out the certificates to Asan Joe. Musa Balde. Gora, thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. Again, Gora came with my very good friend, Mr. Lemaire. Gentlemen, please can you join us? This is the mayor of Genyoai, Mr. Aliu Sal. He also left everything that he was doing to join us. He came last night, you know. And Mr. Mayor, everybody knows that if you are here, Mr. President is here. So thank you for coming. Thank you for coming, Mr. Mayor. That's Aliu Sal. And can we have Sehtian Jai? Let's call Musabale. And then Maria Madamfa. And Ramatullah Diallo. Thank you so much. Thank you, Alun. Thank you so much. We are honored, huh? And by the way, I know Alun comes, for the past 2 years or 3 years. I mean, I get Mustafa C, Ibnu, say Abdul Aziz Al-Amin. He comes to visit every year, and all of us are connected through that link. And all we do is just follow our passion. So every year he drives all the way to Dakar to come and join us at leadership every Talibia. So the last but not the least, we have one more graduate or graduate, whatever. And I would like to call on this gentleman. Before I call him, he also did everything to be here. So most of you have seen him online. He's an inspirational speaker, powerful, and you will connect to him. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Mr. Chon Nyang. I'm sure you guys know Chon, huh? You've heard about him. One time, what happened was, we have our VU. We still, our VU New Perseverance, we have our group. And his video went viral. And everybody was just talking about him. And I said, oh, Chon is my friend. What are you talking about? Chon Samaraka. May she recommend at the time that the breaking is now past the glass ceiling. So Chon did everything possible to be here to celebrate with us. So we are really privileged and honored. Thank you. So let's have Abis Sisi to come and receive our certificate. He who laughs last best. So we come to you, huh? please, no, you still stay there. I'm in control, John, huh? Just stay there. Yeah, Satan Kubuya, we have the last one, Satan Kubuya. Thank you so much. So, please, can we have the ladies, my team out there, and I want all of us to sing happy birthday for Mr. John Young. It's his birthday today. Actually, he should have been in the US for his birthday. It was only for us that he came here, so he deserved a treatment. So John, please go down and cut your cake. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear John. Happy birthday to you. Finally, not finally, where are the finals? Ah, that's Nabu there. Nabu is over there. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we cannot have John here without giving him a mic. So I think, one, he deserves it because it's his birthday. And then two, he needs to inspire these kids here. You know, we've all seen John in various places all over the continent or all over the globe. So John, do us a favor. Just talk to these young ones, even us, the elderly, for 5 minutes. You don't need to be on the spot. I should see you perform. Thank you, brother.
Thank you, Mr. Jai. It is a privilege for me to be here today in my own home. When I'm in Gambia, I'm in Senegal. It's Senegambia. And you give me a privilege to come back and be among us, one of the finest young people of our continent, the young people of Gambia. Give yourself a round of applause. As you said earlier, you know, I never, you know, spend my birthday away from my family because this is the first time in my life because I'm always traveling around. And today I was supposed to go back to America, but when I got your message last week, again, I said, you know what, the work you do is so unprecedented that align with what the pastor talked about earlier with my calling. I've defined earlier, a few years ago, that my calling in life is that I have to play a part in what our founding fathers in Africa has dreamed about. Just a few years ago, it's not long ago, just 50, 60 years ago, there was some young people like us who traveled to the UK, who traveled to France, who traveled to different parts of the world. Those young people were named the Nkrumahs, the President Jawaras, the Senghors, the Patrice Lumbumba's. And they had some dreams in them that they wanted to come back home after their studies and to do something special for their countries. They wanted to liberate their countries. They wanted to give them independence. They wanted to control the future of our countries. And that, they have succeeded. But beyond doing that, they dreamed about something that some of them never got a chance to see. which is a free Africa economically, an Africa that our young Mamadou or Fatou from the villages of Kafuta or in Wakunguna, in Salom, in Kaulak, can have the same opportunity as my son El Haja in Washington, D.C. They dreamed about a day that our politicians can get sick and go to our hospitals in Senegal, go to our hospitals in Banjul, and find the right doctors. A day that maybe people in the UK or in France can take their private jets to come here to find the best doctors in the world. These are the dreams. These are the dreams of my founding fathers and your founding fathers. They dreamed about a day maybe that we, Africa, 60% of the edible land here in the world is here in Africa. And I know that they dreamed about that. That one day, not only we will feed ourselves, but we will feed the world. How come we have the flat land, the sun, the youngest population in the world, but until today we are being fed by other countries that only have 6 months out of the year of sun? There is a problem for that. My brother, this is why I decided to leave Washington, D.C. This is why I decided, my brothers and sisters, with everything that I acquired, with President Obama, with ACON, with the millions I've made, to go back to my home country in Senegal, in a small village, to buy a land and to farm, to make sure we feed our own self. Because whoever is feeding you is controlling you. And we depend on you. You are the dreams of our grandfathers. You are the ones that we were waiting for. You are the ones who will realize that dream. Among you, we see the future presidents, the future ministers, the future Dangotes, the future Mr. Yais, and etc. And I want you tonight to think about, when you go home, the role you will play in what will transform Africa. No one will come from anywhere in the world to come here and transform the continent for us. And that time is now. It is not tomorrow, it is now. If we can have a young Mark Zuckerberg who can come up with a Facebook that transforms the world, we can have the future leaders of the world to come right here from Gambia or from Senegal. That's why the work you do is very important. And all of us should support you, should do everything possible to make sure that you know that we appreciate you. Because what you do is the work for all of us, especially you, the diaspora. Some of you watching from the diaspora or here from the diaspora, please think about our young people in the villages who are hopeless, whom I met in sector. Some from here, Gambia, try to get to the back ways to go chase a dream that doesn't exist anymore in Europe or the United States. The future is here. This is the greatest place to be in the world. Everyone understands it. Everyone understands that the future is Africa, but Africans. The Chinese are here, Europeans are here. If you go to Senegal right now, Turkey is there, Russia is here. Everyone understands it, but we don't, but us. And it is our job, us who are up front, to let our young brothers and sisters know. I'm not going to tell you don't travel, because I will travel to the United States. Travel as much as you can. Go as far as you can. Learn as much as you can. But always remember that the end goal is here. We have to build Africa, and now. And Africa needs you. Thank you very much. Thank you for having me. And thank you for everything that you do.
Invite Mr. Abdoulaye Singate to deliver a vote of thanks on behalf of his fellow leaders. Put your hands together for Mr. Abdoulaye Singate.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. It's already good evening already. We're heading towards the later part of the day. But special greetings to Antindai, Pastor, I don't know whether we're able to say anything much better than the words that you felt and feel on us. Uncle Taf never told us that the leadership will end today. We thought it ended last Friday. Indeed, we had another session today. So, fellows, let's add that one as well to the 13th session. Thank you very much for those words. So, Uncle Taf, greetings from your boys and girls to 100 dignitaries far and wide diaspora within the Gambia, living your valuable time and spending these precious moments with us from yesterday to today. Greetings to you. My name is Abdullah Singate, one of the Taf fellows for the first cohort, final year student at the University of the Gambia. Briefly, I want to say something on our long journey with Taf Africa Global. It's been an amazing ride from last year, 2018 to 2019, up to today. You look and reflect, you will tend to say it's been 1 year, how fast, how quick it has been. But I just want to say it has been a very big marathon for all of us. A lot of sacrifice has been put in place. It's been a process of being practical. It's been a process of being very visionary, which goes to Mr. Panjai here. From the very moment we met in year 2018, I can say around September, towards the end of the year, how busy the schedules are. We met as students of the university to discuss with him how best he can support our student union to make sure that we take a week-long program that we call the Students' Week. From that great initiative, just a click from it, just an email, he just replied to say, Abdullah, and copied his entire team. Can we have a meeting from next week on the 20th by 2 p.m.? Within 5 minutes of the meeting, he finalized what he wanted to do with us. He said, Tom, your idea is brilliant. I'm going to give to commit $400,000 to the University of the Gambia. That really stood out for us as young leaders representing the University of the Gambia. We commit ourselves to say there are a lot of young Gambians, there are a lot of Gambian businesses going on in this country. But having to write letters to many sectors, but he came up, then we have to make him proud. Come to the 5th of January in Tendava, upon his arrival, we had the scarf band to welcome Uncle Taf with his delegation, with our university authorities, with everyone, other stakeholders, ministers from government, and other key stakeholders. Mr. Taf got really pleased and made a commitment that we have to take this forward. Taking it forward is what brought us to a day like this. Thank you very much, Mr. Taf. Quickly after the Students' Week, Uncle Taf took us for a dinner, the leadership of the University Student Union. From that dinner, we brainstormed. The idea was raw, we had no idea, but the vision was we have to move this to another level. How can he connect back from his last quarter to the second quarter? We are the second quarter, but he is the last quarter. To connect to these quarters, Mr. Taf said, now we have a leadership academy. From the session we had with on innovation, on future vision, to his last moments last week on passion, every moment has been special. A lot of resources been spent, a lot of energy been spent. It's been amazing to see our colleagues here, my fellow travelers, to commit Sunday, every Sunday, last Sunday of the month, to have specific sessions. It was an amazing privilege for us to be able to have one of the best Gambians ever you could ever imagine, mounting amazing platforms in the African continent and other parts of the world to fly into this country and have special sessions with us. This we consider as privilege. This we consider something that we will never forget in our life. Uncle Taf As we open here today and leave this door, it's like a ranch is open and animals are out to go out. So now whether you go out to fetch for us, or what we do on our own, absolutely determines the future of this country, the future of Africa, and the future of the world. My pleasure. When we say thank you to Uncle Taf, we can't say thank you without saying thank you to the gallant team that's behind Mr. Taf. We have Hussein, we have Assam, we have, Bajen and all the other teams, the Taf, Sawane, Alpha, and all the others who started the entire journey with us. The first cohort really appreciated for the great work we've done. We can see that you also left your weekends to be with us, to guide us, to run after us. When we go out for quick breaks, I see how, all of you will come for us to make sure that we go and the session continues. On behalf of my fellows, we say, we really appreciate this. We say thank you very much to Hussein and Assam and the entire team for those kind of great things that you did for us. To the audience that are here today, I can say we are on the right path. Because here, this what we want today is designed by a Taf fellow. I can attest to the fact that few years to come, all of us, if not, a very good number will run into him as one of the best entrepreneurs in this country. We have Usman Janga here, who designed this outfit. The innovation that we taught during our lesson is already rolling in his head, and I know that applies to all the Taf fellows here. Something great will come out from the lessons we learn. Already Usman is someone who is applying. We have Mount Kodu, we have economists, we have mathematicians, we have nurses and doctors, people mounting big positions in this country that are part of this fellowship. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the people that you will share round tables, indoor meetings, board meetings with in this country, moving out of this office today, tomorrow, or day after tomorrow. These are people who are going to take up this country. To conclude, I would just want to say, it's been an amazing period to accept ourselves with Uncle Taf. We are sorry for taking your weekends away from you. We are sorry for putting you to test with the 6 packs. But definitely, we've really learned a lot. And never be formal, because for your informal moments with us were really the best moments that we had. Fellows, am I right? Yes. One of the key words that we learned with him was number So this is a word of profile that he always shares with us. We have a lot of amazing moments with him, and this is something that we cherish forever. To the upcoming ones coming, those who are here and they have applied, be rest assured of an amazing journey, of an amazing 1 year that you're going to take. It takes a lot of commitment, it takes a lot of sacrifice, being in your final year or in your, in the university, to be able to commit your time and resources to go to the Taf sessions, especially on a Sunday and midday. Our Christian brothers will have to rush to church and later join us to make sure that they make it to the Taf session, to show you how valuable, how grateful we are. Uncle Taf, Jarama.
Thank you so much, Mr. Abdullahi. My job here is officially done. But before I hand over to Uncle Taf to officially close this gathering, I just want to extend my sincerest gratitude to you and your entire team for again giving me the opportunity to host TAFCON. I am appreciative of this kind gesture. And just to inform you that I and my team of 5 women will obviously be available to MC all of your events when the need arises. So feel free to take my contact or card whenever you're ready. Thank you so much. Uncle Taf, you're welcome, and thank you again for the opportunity.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Great. I think everything has been said. I mean, certain things, if you add it on, it will just spoil the soup. So we need to wrap up now. But before we wrap up, I mean, somebody told me that there's a guy who also had a portrait for me. I'm very so surprised with portraits these days. But I found out they need to make me look more handsome. handsome than the reality. But whilst we're doing that, I have really friends who are pouring in for this celebration. And I'm pleased about it. I mean, people who are close to me do know that I have taken something from my mom. And what they say is that we are going to go there. All these going around is just about health. Sorry, it's about celebration. And I'll tell them what I did with you. You know, in Nigeria, I do health and celebrations in different style. Eno's mom passed away. And in Nigeria, when somebody old, elderly passes away, you celebrate. So me and my partner, Alpha, we had to go to Akwa Ibom, and join Eno, in the burial. And I was telling her when she came 2 days ago, that the best part of the burial was the after party. We had a nice after party. You remember the young lady who was playing the saxophone? But that's my Nigerian side, huh? In Nigeria, when you cross a certain age, after burial, we party. And we party very well. I think just wrapping up, does you want to come up now with before I just say my word of thanks? Okay. Thank you so much. I mean, these are the things that happen in life, Whilst you think that you're trying to do good, there are some, who will do better than you. Let me see. Babakar is crossing the ferry, so let me just put this off quickly. I want to use something on my phone. Because I just want to call out the list of personalities, who are on their way. Some are flying in today, some are on the ferry. From Nigeria, I have Taiwo Adesina, who comes from a law firm. They are lawyers in Lagos. And then we have Mahmoud Tuku. Mahmoud is one of my directors, but the CEO and MD of Oil, some oil and gas people. Then Mr. Basil Omi, Basil is the chairman of Stanbic IBTC. He's also he's my chairman actually in Nigeria. I will tell you that in Nigeria, something that you need to learn in my expansion in Africa, I never take more than 55% of my business. I share. And that's one lesson to learn. If you want to expand in Africa or anywhere, always go for local partnership. So for me, it's a law when I get into a place, I look for very credible locals and partner with them. So my chairman is a very strong guy. I mean, those who come from Nigeria know that he's a super big boy. So when they speak, people listen. So he's the chair and he's flying in tonight, Mr. Basil Omiyi. And then coming with the wife, Mrs. Mary Omiyi. Mr. Muju Sumonu, also who was the managing director and chairman of Shell Africa, is also flying in. And he's the chairman of Julius Berger in Nigeria. He's also one of my directors. And coming in with his partner, Ms. Ekiti Okoro. Dr. Osanatpo, SAN, when we say SAN, it means Queen's Counsel, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. You know now, Bob, that's your area. He's a partner and also a lawyer, our lawyers, and he's also flying in. Didier Akwete is coming from Togo. Didier, you know Didier, huh? It was Africa Search. Yeah, he's also coming from Togo. And MKO Bologun from Nigeria, he was our facilities management. So he's coming in. Babakar, as I said, he's coming with across the ferry now. With Babakar Ngom of Sedima. You know Babakar Ngom, in Senegal, you know Babakar Ngom of Sedima. He's also an old-time friend. We all, went across the continent as young entrepreneurs. Also coming is Ibrahim Sejong. We're driving together. Ibrahim is a good friend of mine, and we partner a lot. Taibo Bai is also coming in tomorrow. Taibo of Maza, he's the senior partner of Maza in Senegal. And together with Mustafa Yai Noter. I hope I haven't left any of my good work. I just want for the records that, I asked them, I told them that, look, it's best if you come in and be here for Thursday. So they would have been here, but they are quite busy. So I want to appreciate them, for leaving, everything behind to come and join us. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think we are at the very end, and I just want to say a very big thank you. I mean, when you are sitting there, you will not realize how big this is. You actually appreciate it better sitting here. And yes, Madam Bensouda, you are right. This is the best we have had. So I feel good, I feel proud, and it's because of you. I mean, starting from the media, you can see the production here. This is top notch. We can blow our own trumpet. We can have this in Washington. You can have this in Japan. But yes, we're in the Gambia. Yesterday, actually, I was very emotional when I went to ease myself in the bathroom. Have you been in the bathroom? Yeah. All branded. I didn't know that was going on. But that's how good my team is. My team deserves a loud applause. Actually, and you don't know how they get connected, because as we operate, we have a team in Nigeria. I mean, there are people here who are from Nigeria. I have one of our members of staff who is now in Turkey. Alpha is in Turkey or Cyprus. We sent him on training in Cyprus. Alpha is streaming all this while he's there. And that is technology today. We don't all need to be in this room to make things happen. So I think I owe a very big word of gratitude to my team. I have a team. That's what I've worked for, sweated for all my life. And it's evident. You will not believe the things that are happening. As we say, people think that everything they pray for is chat. We had a chat actually with this program. You know what? We had a 40-page brochure. 40-page, nicely done. Actually, the guy who was designing here had issues, so we had to fly in somebody from Nigeria. And that's what we do. We don't even take excuses. So we flew in a graphic designer, Joshua. I'm sure he's still here with our friend Joshua. We flew Joshua from Nigeria just to come and do the design for the brochure. And this was sometime in early part of December. And then we didn't want to print it here, we printed it in Turkey. And then 800 kg of brochures, we wanted to fly in. So it was with TNT, whatever. I think they shipped it before Christmas. But guess what? Today is the 8th week, it's not here. But again, that's a lesson to learn from these kids. Kids. When Hussein and Hassan, who are my generals, you see them always around me, my nephews, they are my generals. Yesterday, one of them was so upset. And this is something I want you also to take away. Patience. And again, you have your intentions, our good intentions. We spent a lot of money to bring it here. We did everything possible. But no more chat. So it's not here. I think it may not like a chat. But in life also, and again giving you my own experience, at times you push for things, but there's a reason why it shouldn't be here. So you need to realize as youngsters that, well, okay, I've done everything possible. And honestly, we did everything possible to get the brochures here. But there's nothing more we can do. And that's the other part of me. I chill out. When I cannot really do it, I just say, okay, that's not meant to be, and please take it away. Whilst I say thank you, there are 3 things I want to take away with you. 1, be patient. 2, be tolerant. 3, be contented. Doylu. What is now killing us is greed. We need to have a limit to say it's enough. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, Madam Fatubom, we have to give you, special thank you. We know what you're going through. You've left everything possible. Everything that you were doing, you were not here for New Year. So you flew in purposely just for this. But you've done it for your country. We know you did a lot of things around. Yes, we are breaking the glass ceiling, but words cannot just express how grateful we are. And I'm sure everything that you've done here will be remembered by these young ones. So thank you so much. We're most grateful. To all our international guests, we say a very big thank you.